All right, everybody. We thank you for being with us here tonight for the stream. We're just checking audio right now, so we'll be getting our broadcast started shortly. We wanted to make sure that due to just a few anomalies in the gym tonight that we noticed while we were sound checking, that we just wanted to make sure that we did a proper check to make sure that what you got as far as sound for tonight was going to be the right thing. So we appreciate your patience hanging out with us while we go through what we want to make sure that we've got going on with video right now and with audio as well. And so we'll be doing some sound checking on this, and we'll be getting started here with our broadcast in about a minute and a half or so. Thank you.
Quality education, affordable tuition, student opportunities. That's the Viking promise. Valley City State University. Discover yourself here at VCSU. Visit today. Experience the thrill, feel the passion, and join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Lang hard to the basket with a two-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Holland can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy. Well, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you tonight to the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse for our continuing coverage of Valley City State University Viking basketball tonight on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and also at newsdakota.com this evening. A pleasure to have you along with us as we get ready for day two of the doubleheader weekend that we have after their matchups last night involving the Vikings and Montana State Western. Tonight, it's Montana Tech that comes to town to take on the Vikings in their latest run at a doubleheader as well. We thank our friends for joining us tonight on Butte Broadcasting as well on KBOW in Butte, Montana. Pleasure for you to be with us here tonight. Pleasure to have you along with us here this evening as we get ready for what we're hoping to be a very good women's matchup between a Montana team that's receiving some votes after coming up with a big win on the road last night at Mayville State, and a Viking team that took their chance at Montana State University Western last night and came up a few points short in a 66-62 loss at the hands of Montana State Western. Ryan Cunningham with you here this evening. It's a pleasure to have you with us here tonight. And so we're looking forward to what should be a couple of good matchups here tonight. It's going to be an interesting tale. This is a Montana Tech team that's on the rise. And when they come in after their win of 79-43 last night over Mayville State, that's about the margin the Vikings had a lead at one point in the game. But Montana Tech put away Mayville State in a little bit different fashion at the Louis Lee than the Vikings did back on Tuesday. And we mentioned this during the volleyball season as well. This is the third night in a week that the Vikings are going to play. Now, they did that a couple of times during the volleyball season as well, and we talked a little bit about energy, legs, that type of thing. When we got to that point, playing 3 times in a week, obviously that could be you're going the day after, which is first and foremost a thing when you're going the day after in the first place. But then when you come back and add those Tuesday night games, and they were on the road for the Vikings as well, it can definitely lead to some dead legs by the time we get to Saturday. So now we'll see if the Vikings have what they need and have what it takes to finish off a weekend in women's play. On the men's side of things, the Viking men dropping their second conference matchup of the year. They're going to take on a Montana Tech team that continues to vault its way up the conference standings, and not only that, but up the national standings as well. They're having a great year with male athletics at Montana Tech. Their football team making their way to the number 3 ranking in the nation at the end of the year, and now the men's basketball team coming back with some opportunities to really be a factor in men's play as well. So a doubleheader that will have plenty of significance coming into tonight. So stay with us for that. We're going to take a quick break in our pregame report. When we come back, we'll give you a look at the women's standings that we have starting off tonight, including a look back at our scoreboard that we had from a night ago. And we'll also take a look at a couple of players to watch and break down the lineups on these teams as we get ready for the tip-off tonight a little after 5. And we continue to celebrate 100 years of being a Viking here at Valley City State University tonight, and the Schwab sisters, who are a big part of Viking women's basketball history here at Valley City State, are going to deliver the inaugural game ball here tonight. Or I should say rather not inaugural, but the celebratory, if you will, the ceremonial game ball to the officials coming up tonight, honoring their path as a Viking back, it would be about probably 30 years ago now that they were active as Vikings, and it'll be fun to have them back in the arena. And for the men's game tonight, we're going to have the Kraft family in the arena as well, and Calvin Kraft, future Hall of Famer here at Valley City State. His parents have made their way into the facility now as well. We're looking forward to seeing the Kraft family coming back after a conference championship that was won by that family in the Dakota Athletic Conference here at Valley City State University several years ago. And Calvin, now an athletic director at Enderlin, North Dakota, so it'll be fun to have him in the arena coming back tonight as well. Viking basketball back on the air. Thank you for joining us in Butte, Montana as well for Montana Tech Ore Diggers Buckets here tonight at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. This is our coverage of Viking basketball on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and also at VCSU Athletics and newsdakota.com and on KBOW. And we're back with our conference standings coming up in just a couple of moments. Stay with us.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA, SIPC.
Welcome back to our coverage of Valley City State University Viking basketball on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel, newsdakota.com. Montana Tech Ore Diggers basketball tonight on KBOW in Butte, Montana. Ryan Cunningham with you tonight. Charles will have our videography work for those of you that are with us tonight on our video stream from VCSU Athletics on YouTube. It's the Vikings set to take on Montana Tech and the Ore Diggers tonight in the latest round of Dakota Athletic Conference. I'm sorry, that's muscle memory. My apologies. The latest round of what we have involving our Frontier Conference basketball schedule as we get ready for tonight's matchup between the Vikings and Montana Tech. We're going to take a look at those conference standings that we have for you coming up tonight. After last night's matchups, we'll run through the complete scoreboard that we had for you from last night as well, so that you can get a picture of where we're at as we make our way through kind of this first full conference weekend of the season. And so without further ado, let's take you on to Drive for the Title. For those of you on the video screen, you can see the standings on your screen right now. Those of you radio side will definitely walk you through it tonight. The top ranked team in the conference, Dakota State University, they come up with a win last night as well. They're 2-0, one of two teams that have started off at 2-0 on the season. There's a couple of stories that are making their way through the Frontier Conference in the early going. Now, it's far too early to know about what the stories are going to be, so you just get the early pages of the novel when you take a look at the first few games. But there are some things that are intriguing and making you want to read the rest of the book here. So Dakota State 2-0. Montana State Northern, not picked as one of the heavy hitters in the conference at the beginning of the year. They've not only made their way out to a 4-1 record, but they're also 2-0 in the conference right now. They find themselves with a share of first place. Montana Tech's 1-0 after their win over Mayville last night, 79-43. That was their entry into conference play this season. They're also undefeated, the only team that is so undefeated in the conference right now at 5-0. Montana State Western with a 1-0 record as well after they came up with a win over the Vikings last night, and they're 3-2 in conference play. Now, one of those stories is Bismarck State coming up from the junior college level. They're also 1-0 and 1-3 in the overall, but they win their first conference game as a 4-year program in women's basketball last night, and so that's definitely something worth talking about. Carroll College and Rocky Mountain, both mid-ranked in the top 25 poll. Carroll College is 14th, but they're now 1-1, and Rocky Mountain 17th. They're also 1-1 in the conference. Carroll College 2-2, Rocky Mountain 2-1 in the early going. Valley City State 1-1, so in a share of that middle part of the conference. And then Dickinson State, the University of Providence, Bellevue University, and Mayville State University are winless coming into tonight. 0-1 for Dickinson State, 0-2 for Providence, Bellevue, and Mayville State. So when you look at those standings, what are the stories that we have? The stories are this. Providence University being 0-2 after receiving votes to start the year and just 3-2 overall. That's an intriguing story. Also, Bismarck State College picking up their first win as a 4-year program, an intriguing story. And Montana State Northern off to a 4-1 record and right now in a share for first place inside the league. The Vikings come into this one tonight, an overall record of 4-2, and Montana Tech's overall record is undefeated at 5-0. And that's a look at the standings that we have for you here tonight. That'll take us to another break in our pregame report. When we come back, we'll break down the players to watch in this one. So do stay with us as we continue with Viking and Ore Digger basketball. The Ore Diggers on KBOW, the Vikings on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel, and also on newsdakota.com. We'll continue with more basketball next.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. To get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
Welcome back to Viking and Orediggers basketball tonight for the Orediggers on KBOW in Butte, Montana. The Vikings on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and NewsDakota.com. Valley City State set to take on Montana Tech tonight. Second matchup of the conference weekend that we have for you here tonight. Let's take a look at a couple of players to watch in this one this evening in our player preview for Montana Tech coming up tonight. Brooke Badavinick will come into the matchup as a sophomore from Butte, Montana, as the leader for this Montana Tech Orediggers team at 11.8 points per game. But don't let that fool you. They've got 4 players that average in double figures. Hadley Humphreys, 6-foot senior from Blackfoot, Idaho. 11, 2, and 9.4 rebounds per game. And also coming into tonight, we'll see Liv Wangerin, a 5'9 sophomore from Plentywood, Montana, at 11.4 points per game. And capping off these scorers to watch, Hallie Haber, a 6-foot sophomore from Billings, Montana. There's a lot of size on this Montana Tech team tonight. I mean, a lot of size. They can throw 6 feet, 5'11", and 5'10" at you very quickly. It's going to be one of the strengths of Montana Tech. For the Vikings, a great conference season so far for Ellie Broughton, who scored 23 points twice. 23 points in the conference in a win over Mayville State, and of course 23 points against Bemidji State in the non-conference season. The Vikings looking for a jump from Abby Osleeson, who's averaged 8.3 points per game in her sophomore year out of Howard, South Dakota. But Abby with a good start to conference play against Mayville State back on Tuesday, and we'll see if she can get the jump there as well. Liz Lucan has played extremely well off the bench this year and is averaging 8.3 points per game for the Vikings as well as a role player off the bench. A really nice pickup for the Vikings there. Those are the players to watch tonight coming into this one tonight. We're going to pause for the national anthem and the presentation of the game ball. We'll come back with the starters, and we'll come back with a tip-off to this matchup in just a couple of moments.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on 3 major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula, 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit ProEyeCareCenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
Experience the thrill, feel the passion, and join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Lang hard to the basket with a 2-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Holland can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy. Welcome back to our coverage of Viking basketball tonight on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and at NewsDakota.com. Across the way, you can see that Jody Schwab and Wanda Schwab are here tonight being honored as 100 years of being Vikings. We've had alum and well-placed alum coming back to the field house to hand out the game ball throughout the course of the season, or rather celebrating 100 years of Viking athletics. And Jody and Wanda Schwab, very active in Viking athletics and basketball in the late 80s and early 90s. They're Hall of Famers, and they have the opportunity to present the game ball tonight. And so again, a big congratulations to Jody and Wanda Schwab coming back here to Valley City State, being honored by the Vikings here tonight. And it's always fun to take a look at the history of this Viking athletic department, even some of the recent history that's there. So again, a big thank you to those two sisters for bringing us a lot of great moments here at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse, and we appreciate everything they did for us. And we'll see this coming up again in the men's play tonight, with the Kraft family being honored here tonight at Valley City State University as well. And a big thank you to everybody coming out and giving them a round of applause this evening as we get set for the start of Viking basketball tonight, and Montana Tech basketball in KBOW in Butte, Montana. Ryan Cunningham with you here this evening. Charles will have our videography work that we have for you tonight. We're going to take a look at our starting lineups that will give our station in Butte, Montana an opportunity for a station identifier coming up after we run down our starting lineups for tonight's matchup. First of all, for the visitors on the scoreboard, the Montana Tech Ore Diggers. The guards are Avery Carlson, a 5'8 junior from Havre, Montana, and Brooke Badavinik, a 5'10 sophomore from Butte, Montana as well. Also at guard, Liv Wangerin, a 5'9 senior from Plentywood, Montana. The forwards are Hallie Haber, a 6-foot sophomore from Billings, Montana, and also Hadley Humphreys, a 6-foot senior from Blackfoot, Idaho. Jeff Graham is in his 4th season as the head coach of the Diggers, and Frankie Bignell is the assistant, along with Aubrey Rademacher. For Valley City State tonight, the guards are Olivia Backus, a 5'6 junior from Sandy, Utah, and Ellie Broughton, a 5'3 junior from West Hope, North Dakota. Also in the middle tonight, Abias Leeson, a 6-foot sophomore from Howard, South Dakota. The forwards, Aubrey Prunty, a 5'6 senior from Weatherville, California, and Madison Spacer, a 5'11 senior from Watford City, North Dakota. Vanessa Johnson in her 9th season as the head coach of the Vikings. Ashlyn Deemer in her 1st season as an assistant for tonight's Valley City State University Viking lineup. Now, as they bring out the Viking starters, before we get set for tip-off, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Viking and Ore Digger basketball. Welcome back to the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse, Valley City State University, and a Saturday night for hoops in the Frontier Conference tonight. Ryan Cunningham with you, Charles, our videographer. Big thank you to our friends in Butte, Montana for keeping us on the air on KBOW tonight. The Vikings are in white uniforms tonight. The Ore Diggers are in green with burnt orange. The Vikings are in their cream-colored uniforms with the cardinal trim. And the Vikings will work from our left to right as we take a look at it to start tonight's matchup. It'll be right to left for Montana Tech. Jump will be taken by Hallie Haber for the Diggers. Valley City State typically sends Abias Leeson to the middle to handle the jump ball responsibilities to start a matchup tonight. Let's play two. The Viking men and the Ore Diggers are up after this in the men's half of our doubleheader tonight. Now we'll get things started in women's play with the Viking women and Montana Tech. And the jump in the air, the tap will be controlled by the Vikings as Ellie Broughton comes up with control of the basketball. Spacer looking left side of the floor, finding Aubrey Prunty. A cut inside, and then coming back out is Broughton on the top of the key. High-low play, Spacer inside, got one away, but it was altered on some late collapse defense off help side from Brooke Badavinik. And Montana Tech will come away with the basketball to start the night. Wangerin on the top of the key, working back to Avery Carlson. Carlson, a drive with the left hand towards the corner, turns it back into the corner and found Badavinik. Badavinik back to the basket, rotating back, top of the key. Wangerin looking high-low of their own. A step inside and a travel coming up. It will be a travel against Hadley Humphreys. Humphreys got the basketball and ended up inadvertently pulling the pivot foot as she caught it with her back to the bucket, trying to pull in that high-low play. That was the extra step that was taken as she tried to then turn back to the basket again. Officials saw it right away. The Vikings force a turnover. And we're scoreless after 40 seconds as Valley City State is back up front. Broughton to back is top of the key, rotating left. A mid-range jump shot just inside the foul line that's missed. Carlson, the rebound for Montana Tech, and the Ore Diggers come up quickly in transition, but Carlson will steady them as she works her way top of the key. The Vikings open up player to player defensively. High post feed to Humphreys out on the top. Humphreys taking a look in. They work in on a cut for Wangerin back to the basket. Now a baseline cut into a turn and a reverse layup style for Badavinik won't go on the front end. She picks up her own miss though and knocks down the back end. Brooke Badavinik with her first two, the leading scorer at 11.8 points per game for Montana Tech. has the Diggers on top by a score of 2-0. And a ball to the far side of the floor, knocked away. A little hand up for Badavinik to knock that one out of bounds. Brooke Badavinik, 5'10 sophomore, Butte, Montana. Butte Central Catholic High School brings her to the Ore Diggers, hometown product, and a couple of those. It's always fun to see the hometown products on the respective schools that come throughout the course of the year. Broughton feeding Spacier for the Vikings. She'll drive right, pulls up on a mid-range of her own and hits it. Madison Spacier from 12 feet away ties the game for Valley City State at 2 apiece. Carlson up front for the Ore Diggers. Kick to the right wing for Badavinik. Left hand dribble and curling left. She's picked up by Olivia Broughton defensively. Ball comes back out to the right side. Humphreys has played well away from the basket to start the night. One of their starting forwards, but is occupied high. Wongerin taking a loose basketball top of the key. Shot clock inside of 10, and the high-low turned over. Montana Tech has really tried to find their way inside. They are not settling for outside jump shots. They're not settling for the mid-range either. They believe in that size that we talked about on the pregame report, and they played a lot of high-low so far as Badavinik knocks another ball out of bounds. They played a lot of high-low. They've done some wheel cuts and a little baseline move, and that's been the forte of their offense so far tonight. Inbounds pass from Aubrey Prunty for Valley City State. Backus working left side of the floor, finding Ellie Broughton. Reversal back to Spacier on the top of the key. She'll work right, found Backus on the wing. Backus driving in the lane. Stop, pulls up from 6 feet. Fouled, and Olivia Backus is on her way to the foul line. Check the call coming up here. This will go against Brooke Badavinik. Number 1 on the leading scorer for Montana Tech. Now, we'll say that a lot tonight, but again, that's just a measure of a bucket here or a bucket there. They have 4 players between 10 and 11.8 points per game. Olivia Backus knocks down the front end. Ellie Broughton averaging 14.3 for the Vikings. Has scored 23 in her last 2 games for Valley City State as Backus comes up empty on the back end. And they're looking for that other score. Ellie Broughton really picking up her scoring strike, which they want her to do this season as a point guard. Badavinik on the left side for Montana Tech. Got a screen from Humphreys, curls into it to the right, reverses back left wing. Found Avery Carlson, back to Humphreys. Back to the basket in, and a fall away against Osleson that's going to draw a foul. Abby Osleson putting a hand out. She thought she got ball, but Humphreys is going to draw the foul against Osleson. Number 1 on Osleson, and the first against the Vikings tonight. And this will put Hadley Humphreys on the foul line for her first opportunity. Humphreys 11-2 a game, but 9.4 rebounds per game. Very active inside player that's played a lot on the outside part of the floor so far here tonight. She comes up empty on the front end of 2 and is back at the foul line for her second opportunity. This one rolls off as well, and it's Osleson that comes up with a rebound. A bit of a slow start tonight for Montana Tech's offense. 3-2 Vikings by 1, 2.5 minutes into the game. Post-entry pass knocked away from Spacier. Loose ball to Osleson for the Vikings. Off to Aubrey Prunty. Crossover dribble Osleson. Baseline jump shot. Missed everything from 15 feet. A weak side rebound brought down by Badavinik for the Ore Diggers. Ore Diggers back up front. Ball taken off the near side of the floor. Liz Wongerin on the top. She'll take a jump stop to the left elbow. They look back underneath in the high-low, and up and down travel coming up in the post after Hallie Haber got loose. Ends up committing the travel. Haber sort of leaned, and I think that brought her up. That might have almost been the opportunity to come up with a head fake, and that actually left the floor. Officials saw it, whistled the travel. Another miscue by Montana Tech in the post. Spacier backdoor cut to Backus, wide open layup. Olivia Backus opens up and scores for the Vikings, and the Vikings take a 5-2 lead on your LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard as the Vikings caught the Ore Diggers defense asleep on that play. A curl by Wongerin, and now to the baseline. Badavinik rather to the foul line. Badavinik pulls up on a jump shot, cuts the lead to 1. First time that we've seen the Ore Diggers try something from a little distance. Spacier inside, bank shot good. Madison Spacier taking it about 6 feet away. 1 dribble into the window, and the Vikings are back up 3 by a score of 7-4. Wongerin with some ball handling now. Badavinik for 3 to tie the game. That sticks. Badavinik has all 7 Montana Tech points. They've really gone to her to try to wake the offense up after a slow start with some turnovers tonight. 7 apiece, 6 minutes left to go opening quarter. We were 4 minutes in. Osleson, the ball on the ground once against the defensive assignment of Hadley Humphreys. She'll work to Spacier, back to Osleson now on top. Head fake drew a defender. Osleson, the Euro step and a line drive jump shot. She missed it, but got her own miss, then was stripped of the basketball. And Avery Carlson comes away with it for the Ore Diggers. Carlson up front, looking right side. Here's another open three for Batavinik. Rattles, won't fall. The rebound spiked out of bounds. This will go back to Valley City State. For those of you video side, we'll take a look at the backdoor cut a couple of moments ago that you'll see here. This is Olivia Backus. And actually, you know what? We didn't get a replay assignment there. My apologies, folks. For those of you on the video side, we didn't get a replay for you on that case. I'm not sure what happened there. We'll have to go ahead and see if we can get that repaired before the night is over. Until then, ixnay on that feature. 7 apiece. That one from Bemidji State a couple of nights. You're not even applicable at this point. Tiana Schwinghammer steps in for the Vikings, just a few points away from 1,000. Spacier for 3 misses everything, and Montana Tech will get the basketball back. Tiana Schwinghammer enters for the Vikings, 6-foot junior from Bruton, Minnesota. Her first year as a Viking. She comes here from Northland Community and Technical College in East Grand Forks, Minnesota. And I believe it was 6 points away from 1,000 to start the night tonight. Humphreys now defended by Spacier, and Schwinghammer picks the basketball away. It rolls to the wing in the front court. Schwinghammer wants a three. It's in and out. Rebound underneath, knocked away from Ellie Broughton, and we'll see a foul against Spacier, pressuring Wangerin, who came up with the basketball for Montana Tech. Pair of changes for the Ore Diggers, as the Diggers will send in Izzy RV, a 5'10 senior from Blackfoot, Idaho. And also coming in will be Kylie Conan, 5'11 freshman from Dillon, Montana. And the Vikings will make an entry as well. J.C. Richter, just over from the volleyball team. 5'7 senior from Linton, North Dakota, the Defensive Player of the Year in the Frontier Conference in volleyball. Also, Olivia Nielsen is checked in for Montana Tech at a post. 6-foot junior from Kemmerer, Wyoming. Jumper on the right side that rolls in and out from Wangerin. Off the right elbow, trying the mid-range distance again. Schwinghammer comes up with a rebound for Valley City State. She'll outlet to Broughton on the right side. Quick pass across the floor. Osleson a head fake. Turns it back to the top. Wide open three for Ellie Broughton. It's off the front of the rim. Rebound deflected loose, and Broughton comes up with it after the play was saved by J.C. Richter. Broughton drove and looked for a reverse layup, but that was easily knocked away by Olivia Nielsen. And Montana Tech has the basketball back. And now Schwinghammer with a takeaway on a pass to the near side of the floor. They were trying to target Hallie Neibauer, who stepped in as well for Montana Tech. And the Vikings forced another turnover. Still tied at 7 on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. And that's going to take us to a media stoppage. As the ball goes out of bounds, we'll get our media timeout with 4:07 left to go here in the opening quarter, if we're doing it right. And there we get it, media timeout. So we'll take a timeout for media with 4:07 left to go in the opening quarter of play. Tied at 7 between the Diggers and Vikings on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. This is Tech basketball on KBOW in Butte, and Viking basketball on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and also at newsdakota.com.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
Back in action quickly, the Vikings with the basketball. Tie game at 7 apiece. Abby Osleson hit by double-team pressure. Looking inside, found Schwinghammer, cut to the basket and one. Tiana Schwinghammer scores as Osleson looks for a relief valve, finds Schwinghammer cutting in, and the Vikings will reclaim the lead. Tiana Schwinghammer with her first basket of the night, trying to reach for 1,000 points tonight in her college career. Hallie Neibauer will pick up the foul, rather Neibauer, my apologies. 5'10 sophomore from Chinook, Montana. And the foul shot for Tiana Schwinghammer is empty. The Vikings 1 of 3 from the foul line tonight, but it's still a 9-7 lead for Valley City State. Avery Carlson back in the matchup. Looks to the post, high post for Olivia Nielsen. Nielsen handing off for the Ore Diggers. A step to the right side by Neibauer. Turn and Osleson knocked the ball loose. Comes back near side. Nielsen pulling up from the elbow and missing. And Schwinghammer has a rebound for Valley City State. Schwinghammer averaging 5 boards a game, one of the leading rebounders for Valley City State, coming in off the bench this season. Richter stepping into the lane, back to the basket at 5'7", turn, fall away, missed it. She has a talent for finding openings in there, but Kylie Conan stayed with her on that trip and wouldn't let her get the distance that she needed for the fall-away jump shot. Montana Tech comes away with the basketball. Nielsen, top of the key, working right side. Carlson eyed up a three, but pulls the dribble back down. Turns it back to the top for Conan. A spin to the basket, and a fall-away layup off the left side that's short. Osleeson has the rebound for Valley City State. Vikings up the floor with Richter. A turn, back to the basket on the left elbow. She'll send it to Osleeson and get it back, and Richter restarts the dribble. They've got Broughton working at a two-guard in this lineup right now for the Vikings. Head fake by Osleeson, being banged around by Nielsen, now double-teamed. They kick to Backus, who's got to look at a three. That's off the heel of the rim. Rebound out to the foul line for Neibauer. And Montana Tech ends up losing the ball out of bounds after Schwinghammer pressures Neibauer to the near sideline. A host of changes for Tech. They'll change out 4. I believe Carlson will be the only player that stays on the floor. Back to the other starters here. Badavinik, Wangerin, Haber, Humphreys come back into the matchup. The Vikings make a couple of changes. We'll see Liz Lukin for the first time, 5'8", sophomore from Underwood, Minnesota. And the Vikings will also send out Ellie Powell. A three by Richter that's short. The ball back to Montana Tech. Ellie Powell, 5'11", junior from Bowman, North Dakota, who's had a really solid start to her season thus far. 2:20 to play in the Larue-Laco Financial scoreboard. It's 9-7 in favor of the Vikings here in the opening quarter. Humphreys, high post, left elbow. She's been there throughout the night. Looks high-low, now puts it down. Hard take in on Powell, back to the basket. Turn, tries to muscle in, and a 3-second call coming up against Humphreys. It seems like in watching Humphreys' game on top, option 1, look for the high-low cut, makes sense. Option 2, muscle your way to the basket, but the Vikings have adjusted to that. Brought over the help side defender rather quickly, and Humphreys didn't get rid of it in time. I don't know that she was anticipating getting the double team down low. Vikings with it. Schwinghammer trying to jump stop through a double team. Kicks it right corner to Lukin, who will dribble her way back in the lane. To the baseline for Powell. Jump stop around a defender. Fall away, good for Powell. Ellie Powell steps into a fall away and then knocks it down, falling away. 11-7, the Vikings on top by 4 with 1:40 to play in the opening quarter. Carlson drifting for the Diggers to the right side, finding Humphreys on the top of the key. Humphreys a stop, they look inside, back to the basket for Haber. Turn, fall away, high bank shot, no good. Richter closed out on it, and Richter comes up with a rebound for Valley City State. Schwinghammer back up front, top of the key, Broughton draws a defender, loops it down low. Powell a head fake, falling in a travel. Montana Tech making an adjustment there. Powell was looking for somebody to be on her shoulder and put some momentum into that shoulder, and when that didn't materialize, the only thing Ellie could do is be called for the walk, making her way to the baseline, and that results in a Viking turnover. Diggers with the basketball, down 4, 11-7. Avery Carlson up front for Montana Tech. Badavinik off to the right side of the floor. A look in at Humphreys trying to post up now. They'll take her out of the high post. She comes to set a screen, frees up Wangerin dribbling right. Comes back left for Wangerin, and now a stop again. Ball back to Badavinik, into Humphreys, backing it on Powell. Couple of muscle drives. The shot won't fall. The rebound collapsed upon. Schwinghammer's got it in a 3-on-2, and then threw the ball away. And they're going to say it's out of bounds off of Montana Tech. Schwinghammer put some touch on it, trying to find Powell in the 3-on-2 odd man rush, if you will, and just ends up throwing it over Powell's head, but they'll say that Montana Tech got a piece to tip it away. And the Vikings will inbound. And right now, you've got an incredulous Jeff Graham, the head coach for Montana Tech, wondering what the touch was. Meanwhile, Spacer, backdoor cut on the inbounds pass, and Spacer's leading the Vikings in scoring with 6. It's 13-7 with 40 seconds left to go in the opening quarter. Carlson, Humphreys, left side. Wangerin's got an open baseline jump shot and left it short. The field's been cold tonight for Montana Tech, but a foul coming up, and Hallie Haber will keep the ball with Montana Tech. Just taking a look at the numbers, Montana Tech has had their struggles from the field tonight. Field goal percentage for Montana Tech, 33%. Now the Vikings are 33% as well, but you get the idea. Montana Tech has been a little bit slow compared to Valley City State throughout the night, and that's one of the reasons why maybe it seems like a different sort of a big difference in that category when it really isn't. There's a running layup by Carlson that ends up well off, and the Vikings will have the basketball to come to an end. Well, they were going to, but Humphrey steps in front of a pass and then double dribbles on the way up the floor. So the Vikings turn it over and get it back. Tech will send Kylie Conan back into the matchup. And we'll see the re-entry of Hallie Neibauer as well. And the Vikings will inbound from the far sideline in their front court in front of the Montana Tech bench. Lukin cuts, and then Broughton comes open. 10 seconds left. Deep three by Broughton. Missed everything. Maybe not the shot they were looking for. Vanessa Johnson, the head coach of the Vikings, telling us before the Mayville State game she thought one of the leaps, one of the places that the Vikings have to improve is just in simple game awareness, court awareness type of issues. The idea being that when you're early in a shot clock and you've got the lead, you can pull the ball down. They had a 17-point lead at Northern State and Aberdeen exhibition game, but ended up losing the game by 7, led by 17 at one point in the fourth quarter, rushed a lot of possessions. Humphreys gets loose inside and will score at the horn for Montana Tech. Humphreys gets up the floor, a spin move that split a pair of defenders, and Montana Tech gets the final bucket of the opening frame, and that will do it for one. At the end of the opening quarter tonight, your score, Valley City State 13, Montana Tech 9, and the second quarter is on the way next as we continue with Viking basketball on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel at newsdakota.com and Diggers basketball on KBOW in Butte. We've got more coming up for you in just a couple of moments.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA, SIPC.
Welcome back to Viking basketball as we get ready to start the second quarter of action tonight. Valley City State with a 13-9 lead over Montana Tech at the end of a quarter of basketball tonight. The numbers kind of ugly for both teams. Valley City State 6 of 19 from the field, 31.6%. Montana Tech 5 of 15 at 33.3% tonight. Montana Tech 1 of 3 from the three-point line. The Vikings 1 of 8 from beyond the night. Montana Tech stayed within their game in the opening quarter. The Vikings probably stayed within theirs as well, but give credit to Tech where they needed it. Brooke Badavinik with 7 of their 9 points, and again, they could have bailed out quickly, but they stayed with their high-low look. They believe in their size and didn't start bombing away for three. The Vikings like the three-point shot, and so that 1 of 8, maybe an anomaly. They were 0 of 7 to start the game up at Mayville State. Now we'll see a foul coming up against the Vikings. Aubrey Prunty, she was holding up something from the Diggers. Or is it Madison Spacer instead? It looks like it will be. They've got Madison Spacer for 3 fouls. That can't be possible. Okay, we're going to have to wait and find out what's happening. We're going to give the foul to Madison Spacer, but they've got 3 on the scoreboard, and I don't know how that's a possibility. A jumper by Badavinik off the glass that comes up empty. Offensive rebound, Avery Carlson on a loose basketball. Humphreys bottom of the high-low, stepping against Osleeson, turns back to the basket. Again missing. Carlson crashes a rebound. Badavinik has it from 15 feet on a follow-up. The jumper won't fall, and a rebound trickles out of bounds off of Tech, and this will go back to the Vikings. I only had the Vikings for 1 foul in the entire first quarter, so Spacer with 3 up there. Maybe not quite the reset off the scoring from last night, that type of thing, but hopefully we didn't miss a whole bunch, right? Spacer into the front court for the Vikings, finding Abby Osleeson. A look off the left side, ball comes back to the top of the key for Ellie Broughton. Now Backus dribbling her way in, and a ball knocked loose, but a foul coming up. Tech knocking the ball from Olivia Backus, but a little reach-in foul coming up against Avery Carlson. Be Carlson's first. Spacer did come out of the game after that foul, so I guess it's possible that she has 3 tonight. Aubrey Prunty will inbound. I just don't know where the other 2 would have been. Ball on top, Broughton looking top of the key. Backus inside Osleson, baseline jumper. She missed it, and Olivia Nielsen on the closeout knocked her down as well. Rebound taken up by Liv Wongerin. She looks up the floor, and a post entry knocked away by J.C. Richter. Ellie Broughton picks up the loose basketball. Backus cutting through the defense. Scoop layup falling away, missed it, and a rebound foul. And we'll see what we've got here. Looks like Tech on the baseline will be called for it. Perhaps it's Olivia Nielsen running into the back of Abby Osleson. It'll be Nielsen that picks up her first. Take a look at the individual numbers here and see if they have 3 fouls for Madison Spacer already. They do. All right, Madison Spacer with 3. I'm not sure what we missed. My apologies, folks. Ball top of the key. Broughton on the way for 3. No good off the right wing, and a rebound to Humphreys, Hadley Humphreys for Montana Tech. Still 13-9, the Vikings by 4. A minute 15 seconds into the second quarter on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Nielsen dribbling to the baseline, backing in hard on Osleson, and again, left it short. Osleson comes up with a rebound, and the Vikings are back into the front court. They're getting the shots they want are the Ordigers. Lucan cutting to the basket. That one contested and no good. Avery Carlson right over the top on Lucan to contest the shot. Ordigers back up front in transition. Wongerin stopping on the right block. They cut back in, take to the basket, coming up no good for Badavinik. Another one right around the glass that's missed for Montana Tech. Vikings still lead by 4. Ordigers have plenty of opportunities. Lucan backdoor cut, hit by a double team. Jump ball coming up. Held ball technically, and it will be a Viking possession arrow with 21 seconds left on the shot clock. So the Vikings will inbound Aubrey Prunty, 13-9, Vikings by 4 in a very lethargic offensive matchup so far. Prunty to the top for Liz Lucan. Lucan a stop, Osleson to Richter off the left side. Richter looking for a screen, she'll curl back top of the key. Richter puts the dribble down hard, drives to the basket, and J.C. Richter's got her first basket tonight. J.C. Richter finding some dribble penetration. The Vikings go up 6, 15-9, biggest lead of the night for Valley City State. Wongerin reversing to Nielsen for the Ordigers. Hard take against Osleson. Osleson bodied her up and comes down with a rebound. Ordigers want a foul on that. They don't get it. Meanwhile, Lucan has the ball knocked away in a turnaround. Loose ball to Carlson. She'll drive to the basket and misses a layup. Didn't draw iron. And a travel coming up on the rebound as Carlson ends up on the floor. Valley City State will get it back. Well, I've seen Montana Tech just this time, so we haven't had a big sample size. Those of you on KBOW and Butte, you've had the sample size, but I have to imagine that 22.7% shooting from the field is an anomaly considering that they've had the ball all around the basket all night long. You're 22.7% from the field, and you've taken only 3 3-point shots the entire night. So really problems there all the way. Broughton stripped the basketball as she drives to the basket. Ends up with it going out of bounds. And the Vikings will maintain possession with 13 seconds left on the shot clock. Aubrey Prunty to inbound for Valley City State. Prunty taking a look, comes out right side, drive down the baseline, pull up by Ellie Broughton that comes up no good. And a rebound knocked away inside, and Hallie Neibauer had it. And a foul coming up against the Vikings. Ellie Broughton will pick up her first. That is her first. So thankfully we've got the count right on Ellie Broughton here. Inbounds pass comes in to Liv Wongerin. Vikings leading by 6, 15-9. 7 minutes to go in the second quarter. Hard take towards the basket by Haber. Haber will take it back after sending it back to the perimeter, and Haber fights a layup up, but knocked out of bounds on the rebound as Haber has one trickle over the heel of the rim. Hallie Neibauer got the ball back to Haber. And if you're Montana Tech, I don't know what you say, I don't know what you do. You've got the shot, you've got the look. That time, that shot had every intention of going in and then stayed on the heel instead of coming back off the glass. Richter crossover in the lane, no look to Osleson off the glass from 8 feet. Osleson scores. J.C. Richter again setting up as a point guard. In this look, it's Richter at the point. She's played a 3 or a 4 all of her Viking career, and they're using her as a point guard this season. That gives another chance for Ellie Broughton to shoot from the perimeter as the 2 guard. Wongerin driving into the lane for Montana Tech. Spin to her left hand, scoop layup, missed again. Rebound out of bounds and back to the Vikings. The Tech shooting percentage was 21.7% before that take to the basket. 5 of 24 from the field now for the Orediggers. There is no explanation for it. I mean, really, for those of you that are Orediggers fans, there is no explanation for it. The lid is just securely on that basket here in the opening half. When they do find the range, the problem for the Vikings is there's a lot of space being gained by Montana Tech. Richter driving to the basket again. That one nibbles off the front of the rim and won't find the mark. Wonger in the rebound. Turns it out to the right side for Haber. Haber driving in from Montana Tech. Got to the baseline. That one rattles out. Again, a good look. Haber got her own miss, and this time is fouled. And the frustration is setting in. You can see on Hallie Haber's face. She's upset that ball didn't go through. Osleeson will pick up her second. The Vikings have had a good defensive presence, so certainly not trying to take anything away from the Viking defense when it comes down to dribble drives into traffic like they had from Haber a moment ago. But the high-low game has gotten its looks inside. They found their position around the basket, and now Haber leaves a foul shot off the heel of the rim. And to add insult to injury, the Orediggers are 0 of 3 from the foul line tonight. They haven't scored in the second quarter. They have now. It took 4 minutes and 11 seconds of second quarter basketball for the Diggers to find the scoreboard. Lukin, wide open drive to the basket, scoring in transition for Valley City State. The Ordigger defense late getting back. Vikings up 9 at 19 to 10. Jump stop, Wongren back to the basket. Fall away, hits it on the baseline. First field goal of the second quarter for the Ordiggers, but they'll bring Montana Tech back into, or within 7 rather, at 19 to 12. Lukin using a screen, stop to the right corner, finding Broughton on the baseline. Broughton taking a look in. Covered up is Ellie Powell right now with Osleeson on the bench due to that second foul. Richter driving to the foul line. Out to Schwinghammer who wants a 3. Bury it. Tiana Schwinghammer steps up and hits a 3-point shot for the Vikings. And the lead is 10 at 22 to 12. And Schwinghammer may be a point away from 1,000 in her college career. I believe the number was 6 coming into the night. Carlson to Haber in the right corner for Montana Tech, driving in on Powell. Haber a stop, plays it back out to the top of the key. Hard take to the basket inside, and a fall-away shot on the way for Kylie Conan that's missed. Conan dragged the pivot foot a bit. The Vikings wanted to travel, didn't get it. Nonetheless, they're back up the floor after another Ordigger miss. Top of the key, Schwinghammer, ball fake, bounced into. Now steps back off the dribble, 3 again. That one's off the heel. This time the rebound comes down with Conan for Montana Tech. She wants to run 2-on-2 into the front court. Drives in the lane, turns it back out to Carlson, left alone for 3. That rolls off the front, and Schwinghammer has a rebound. The Vikings leading by 10, 22 to 12. Baseball up the floor to Lukin, driving into the lane, and it rolls off the front of the rim on her take to the basket, but she draws a foul and will find her way to the line. And this should take us to a media stoppage as Kylie Conan picks up her first foul tonight. 4:13 left to go first half. Timeout for media. The Vikings lead by 10 in our women's matchup. It's Valley City State 22, Montana Tech 12 on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. We have a timeout. We're back with more next on VCSU Athletics on YouTube and KBOW in Butte. This is Viking and Ordigger basketball.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. To get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
Welcome back to Viking and Ordigger basketball tonight. We welcome you back to the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. Liz Lukin is at the foul line for Valley City State in a night that has just seen atrocious shooting for Montana Tech and really bad foul shooting all the way around here as well. The Vikings now 1 of 4 from the foul line here tonight as Lukin is there, and it'll be 1 of 5. I mean, these baskets must have something to do with that. I don't know if they changed them out from last night or what the situation is, but it has been hard to find the bottom of the basket tonight. Badavinik is back into the game for Montana Tech. It's 22-12, the Vikings by 10. Humphreys kick out right side. Carlson for three connects. Avery Carlson hitting a three-point shot for Montana Tech. They've done that just a couple of times so far tonight. Before that shot, Montana Tech was shooting 21.4% from the field. The Vikings 32.3 on their home floor. That's a number that's well below average for a home floor. Delaney Cotton into the game for Valley City State off the media stoppage. A curl by Lucan. She got to the basket. Knocked around from behind, missed a chance, and a rebound is out of bounds off of Ellie Powell, and will go back to Montana Tech. The numbers right now, 24.1% from the field for the Orediggers, 32.3% for the Vikings. 7 of 29 for the Orediggers, 10 of 31 for Valley City State. It's been that kind of night. Sometimes you got to win one of these gritty affairs, though, right? No matter who you are, you're going to get into one of these. Humphreys back to the basket on Powell, stepping to her right hand, missing again. Powell coming down with a rebound, and they force a held ball as Humphreys came back into the play and was able to reach back and tie it up. One thing about the rebounding situation here with Montana Tech putting some pressure on the offensive glass, you come down with the board, you don't really have a chance to turn and clean the floor. You're going to have to kick the ball out at some point. Humphreys gives it right back to Carlson, who played it in. Carlson misses a jump shot. And Tiana Schwinghammer has the rebound for Valley City State. Vikings up 7 as they work back into the front court. Backus for three, make that a 10-point lead. Olivia Backus steps into a three out of the left corner. And it's back to a 25-15, 10-point lead for the Vikings. A look inside by Wongren and a travel coming up against Humphreys in the post. Vikings a chance to go up by better than double figures on this possession. We'll see a couple of changes. Montana Tech had sent in Cameron Ketchum, redshirt freshman, 5'9", out of Big Timber, Montana. She had come in during that sequence. She'll come back out of the game. Badavinik is back in for Montana Tech. Backus a step into the lane, a stop and a look back. Schwinghammer, ball faking and playing near side. Delaney Cotton steps back for three. Won't fall, but an offensive board for Powell. She goes back to the basket, misses off the heel of the rim, and a rebound cleaned up by Liv Wongeren for Montana Tech. They'll play to the perimeter. Ball to Izzy R.V., senior out of Blackfoot, Idaho. She ended up losing it, but got it back. Olivia Nielsen dribbling on Powell, found a way to get in the lane, to the basket, and one for Olivia Nielsen. She took a step to the right, and that was enough for her to be able to capitalize and split some defense against Valley City State. And we'll see if we can't see this one. Replay. And yes, we've got that. No, we do not have that working again tonight. How about that? So we've had some breakdowns on that. Those of you that like our replay feature, our apologies, but we'll have to do some troubleshooting to see why it is that that's a problem. The bonus is hit on that play to the basket. So a good three-point play for Olivia Nielsen. Back inside, Schwinghammer for Valley City State, cutting back door. We're going to see a whistle and a timeout taken by the Vikings, and I believe they're going to use this to honor Tiana Schwinghammer for getting her 1,000th point. So the Vikings will call for timeout, and the timeout being used by head coach Vanessa Johnson. It's a 30-second timeout. We're going to keep it here as they make the announcement that Tiana Schwinghammer has scored her 1,000th career point in college basketball. Tiana Schwinghammer, a junior, a transfer that came to us from Northland Community and Technical College in East Grand Forks, Minnesota. And when you consider that in her junior year and early, this is game number 7 for Valley City State, and her junior year early for the Vikings to have scored her 1,000th point in her career. She had a heck of a junior college career in northern Minnesota. 27-18, the Vikings with a 9-point lead, 2:05 to play in the first half of basketball. Montana Tech with it out of the Viking timeout. On the top of the key, Avery Carlson looking left side. Liv Wongren to take to the basket. Kick out to the near wing, and it's out of bounds. Just an out of sorts Montana Tech team in this first half. Long road trip. You go to Mayville last night. You get the win 79-43, but when you play Mayville State, one thing that you know about the way that they decide to play the game is the energy level is going to have to be big. And now Backus with a backdoor cut will score. Delaney Cotton with the feed. Olivia Backus cutting backdoor. And Tech turns it over again, trying to get up the floor in transition as Broughton came over to cut off a passing lane. Brooke Badavinik and Hadley Humphreys are going to come back into the matchup for Montana Tech. The Vikings will have the basketball, but with that style of defense that Mayville State plays, with that jump switch that they run, almost a high school type of defense that they play against you, making you run all over the floor. Even when you beat it, you get an easy basket. We have an offensive foul coming up against Tilda Maritzen for the Vikings. When you beat it and you have the easy basket going the other way, it expels a lot of energy. And it can be trouble to find your game legs in day 2. You'd almost rather have that trip with Mayville State be the second day of the weekend. But a turnover against Tilda Maritzen, who's checked in, a 6-foot senior from Ängelholm, Sweden. She comes on the floor for the first time. Montana Tech with the basketball down by 11 at 29-18. Ball right side, Olivia Nielsen for Montana Tech. To the top for Hallie Neibauer. Neibauer back out. Nielsen a 3, rattles in. Hallie Neibauer with her first scoring tonight. It's a 3-point chance, and that'll take us inside of a minute to play in the opening half. Backus stepping up top of the key, finding Schwinghammer, cutting left to right, tried to feed it down low. Maritzen's got it, hit the side of the backboard. Great pass that time by Schwinghammer, but Maritzen can't come up with it. 53 seconds to go as Tech works back into the front court. 29-21, Vikings by 8. A ball in the high-low for Humphreys, touch kick back, and a 3 on the way again by Nielsen. Comes up empty. Schwinghammer with a rebound. She's had a nice night rebounding the basketball for the Vikings as well. Differentials 12.5 seconds as the Vikings come back up front. 30 seconds left to play at this moment in time. Ball on the top of the key with Maritzen. Right side, Delaney Cotton taking a look. Cotton to stop, tried to go back to the top of the key, and Backus will run down a loose basketball. 10 seconds left. It was Humphreys that knocked it away. Drive by Backus, kick out left side. Schwinghammer, catch and shoot 3, rolls off the front of the rim. Rebound to Nielsen on the weak side for Montana Tech, and the Orediggers have 9 seconds to work with, and they throw it away. Nielsen looking down low. I'm not sure if Montana Tech really is comfortable playing the transition game. I mean, you would think that they would be, but it seems like more and more all the time when they've tried to push tempo, things to the baseline have been rather erratic. 29-21, 5 seconds to go opening half. Crossover by Broughton looking for a screen. They want her to take the last shot, and instead it's Backus getting a 3 away, and that will come up empty. Only 4 field goals in the second quarter for Montana Tech. It was a tough shooting night for both teams in the opening half, and the Vikings will go into the locker room with a 29-21 lead at the end of the first half of play. Some really woeful offensive numbers for both teams that we're going to have to talk through coming up here in our halftime report. But again, we talk about this being a thing. There are times throughout the course of the season where you're going to have to win one of these kinds of games if you're going to win a game that means a lot, whether you're in tournament play or you're somewhere else in the regular season playing for position. You can always jump back to your defense and try to figure out the shooting situation as a second resort. And that looks like the challenge for both teams going into the second half of this one tonight. At the end of the opening half of play, on your LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard, the Vikings lead the Orediggers 29-21. Our halftime report is presented by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good at Rambo. And that halftime report is on the way in just a couple of moments, so do stay with us. Our coverage of Viking basketball continues after this timeout.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on 3 major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
Why choose professional eye care centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula, 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit proeyecarecenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional eye care centers, clearly the best.
Experience the thrill, feel the passion, and join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Olang hard to the basket with a 2-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Olin can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy. Welcome back to our coverage of Valley City State University Viking basketball tonight on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and also at newsdakota.com. And our coverage as well of Montana Tech Oredinger basketball tonight on KBOW in Butte, Montana, where at the end of a half of play in our women's matchup, it is 29-21 Vikings over Montana Tech. Our halftime report this evening is brought to you by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good. Rambo is the home for all of your promotional products and promotional apparel. So whether you're looking for things that your team can wear, things that your business team can wear, or things that just simply your employees can wear to set your business apart, set your team apart, and put your logo to work, Rambo has you covered. Promotional items for trade shows, they can do that as well. Call Matt Carlgard, proud VCSU alum. I bet you he might be around the gym someplace tonight. Had a role in being involved with that men's team that Calvin Kraft was a part of. Rambo, we're in the business of making you look good. Well, I don't know what you say about a first half of basketball that turns into the one that we just had, because it was a rough and tumble affair. Basically, from the start, when you take a look at the game summary that we had in this first half, you saw what this game was going to be about for 20 minutes in about the first 2 minutes of play. Montana Tech believing in their size, Montana Tech believing in their post play, looking inside, the high-low there, the high-low there. They just could not finish shots in the first half at all. Right now, Valley City State leading by 8, and if Montana Tech would have been able to finish a handful of those opportunities that they had around the basket, you'd be talking about a game that's either tied or Montana Tech perhaps leading, but they absolutely could not get anything going inside. They turned to the mid-range jump shot, got that taken care of, and used it at least to the extent to stay within striking distance. Meanwhile, the Vikings with 2 threes in the first half, and their three-point shooting is now 3 of 16. Now, they started off 0 of 7 from the foul line at Mayville State in their conference opener back on Tuesday night, and then finished nearly 50% from the three-point line after that. But no recovery so far tonight at 3 of 16, and the Viking three-point shot is something that they come to rely on. Meanwhile, Tiana Schwinghammer celebrating her 1,000th career point in college basketball in the first half tonight, and the Vikings have had a brilliant night out of Olivia Backus, who's been open reading defenses, cutting baseline, and scoring. She leads all scorers with 8 tonight as the Vikings take that 29-21 lead into the locker room. Team numbers coming out of the first half. Tech from the field, 9 of 34, 3 of 7 from the three-point line. The Vikings in the first half, 13 of 41 from the field, 2 of 15 from the three-point line in that first half of play. No one really burning it up from the field. Montana Tech shooting 26.5%. The Vikings 31.7% from the field overall. Not a lot of foul shots, and we didn't have a lot of success there either. Montana Tech 2 of 5. The Vikings just 1 of 5 from the foul line. I mean, I'm not sure the last time you saw 2 college teams shooting 40% and 20% from the foul line after a half of play. One place where Montana Tech did have success was on the glass. They out-rebound the Vikings 28-19, including 7-4 in the offensive rebound category. The turnovers can certainly be a telltale sign, and Montana Tech turned it over 13 times. Some of those were unforced errors, where when you miss a couple of shots inside, every once in a while you get in a hurry, You want to get up the floor if you have an opportunity to transition. See if you can find something that's easier than the contested shot underneath the basket. So in those types of situations, Montana Tech tried to stretch the floor, and it was not as successful as they would like it to be. A lot of passes that just simply sailed up and over everything, ended up going out of bounds. And the Vikings, well, they were able to take advantage of it and work their way out to an 8-point lead at 29-21. Individual numbers in the opening half of play tonight for Montana Tech, 7 for Brooke Badavinik, and they all came in the opening quarter. No one else with more than 3. Avery Carlson, Hallie Neibauer each with 3 on single three-point shots. Liv Wangerin, Hallie Haber, and Hadley Humphreys with 2. For the Vikings, 8 for Olivia Backus, couple of layups, a 3, 1 of 2 the foul line. Tiana Schwinghammer with 7. She scored her 1,000th career point. Madison Spacier, 6 points, limited time. Good start to the game tonight, and then got into some foul trouble and is currently on the bench with 3, or at least was at the end of the half. Liz Lukin, Abias Leeson, J.C. Richter, and Ellie Powell all adding single field goals to the mix. And the Vikings leading by a score of 29-21 at half. And that is your halftime report, and it's brought to you tonight by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good at Rambo. When we come back, we'll preview our men's matchup. So do stay with us as we continue with our coverage of basketball tonight between the Vikings and Montana Tech on KBOW in Butte, Montana, and on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and NewsDakota.com. We're back with more in a couple of minutes. This is our halftime report. We'll continue next.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA, SIPC.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking basketball on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and NewsDakota.com and Diggers basketball on KBOW in Butte tonight. I'm just exchanging messages back and forth with Calvin Kraft and Harrison Weber. It's good to have those guys back in the arena tonight as we get ready for the men's matchup in 100 years of Viking athletics to be celebrated with the Kraft family coming up later on tonight. 29-21 at the break with Valley City State leading Montana Tech at the end of the opening half right now. And again, a very, very tough first half of women's basketball for everybody trying to shoot baskets. It was a tough crowd underneath the basket in that first half tonight. And so we'll see what happens coming up into the next part of the matchup, which will be the second half of tonight's contest. For those of you that are with us on the video side, we're going to show you a little bit of a preview for men's basketball tonight. And for those of you that are with us on the radio side, we'll talk you through it with the men's standings coming into tonight. Some interesting storylines coming into this one tonight as well. Bellevue University undefeated at 7-0. They're 2-0 tonight along with Carroll College. Both of those teams coming in first place in the Frontier Conference in men's basketball. Montana Tech unbeaten, ranked 6th in the nation. 7-0, undefeated team coming into Valley City State tonight with a 1-0 record in the conference. The Vikings are 0-2, losing 2 straight in the conference after going undefeated in the non-conference season. And for the Viking men, they've scored a ton of points this season, but defensively, it's been a little bit wanting. They were beaten at Mayville State by a score of 85-82, and they've had opportunities to win just about every game they've been in when it comes down to offense. Defensively, though, they got to try to find the mark. So Montana Tech 7-0 coming into tonight, 1-0 in the league. The Vikings 4-2, 0-2 in the league coming into our men's matchup tonight. And the men's matchup will follow our women's matchup this evening. We'll announce a start time for that men's matchup. We're going to take one final break in our halftime report. We'll update some scores on things going on around us through the third quarter of women's play tonight, including football, some basketball stuff as well. So one final break on our halftime report brought to you by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good. Second half basketball is on the way next. The Vikings leading by 8. This is Viking basketball. We're back with more next.
Quality education, affordable tuition, student opportunities. That's the Viking promise. Valley City State University. Discover yourself here at VCSU. Visit today.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. Get your next project started, contact Matt, or visit us online at rambo.com.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
Welcome back to Viking basketball. About to get the second half underway here tonight as the Vikings lead Montana Tech by a score of 29-21 in the women's half of our doubleheader this evening. Take a look at some of the other scores that we can get from around the Frontier Conference tonight. Their early third quarter, and Dakota State's getting a run from that Montana State Northern crew that has come in tonight with a share of first place in the league. 38-37, Dakota State by 1. That game's early third quarter. That's down in Madison tonight. In Bismarck, Carroll College is at Bismarck State, and right now that's an exciting game. At the half, it's 31-28. Carroll on top by 3 over the Mystics. We'll talk more about the rest of the scoreboard coming up. Third quarter begins. The Vikings, their hands on the basketball. Abias Leeson to Aubrey Prunty on the top of the key. Prunty stepping right off the dribble, flying a long jump shot that's missed, and a rebound over the top for Liv Wongren from Montana Tech. Wongren up front, looking left side, was able to find her way to Brooke Badavinik. She'll turn towards the left corner. Hard take down the lane that time by Avery Carlson. A turnaround follow away off the baseline. Going to draw a late whistle and a foul coming up against Ellie Broughton. So they move Carlson off to maybe even a 2 or a 3 spot here, trying to change up what's necessary in the offensive side of things tonight. And it will net a foul. Montana Western is visiting Mayville State. That game is a 14-point lead for Montana Western, 44-30 at halftime. Providence is down in Omaha with Bellevue tonight, and right now, 8:46 left in the third. Providence leads that game, 28-27 in the Frontier Conference scoreboard. Humphreys taking an inbounds pass from Montana Tech off to Badavinik for the Ordiggers. Badavenik looking right side. Wongren back to Humphreys on top. Dribbling left, got to the elbow, lost handle of the basketball, and it's picked up by Abias Leeson, who was about to fall to the floor, and a foul coming up against Humphreys, who was on the floor. And Asleason, trying to save a possession, was about to fall over her, and Humphreys will be called for her first personal. And one more matchup to check on tonight in the conference, and that's Rocky Mountain at Dickinson State. And they have yet to get started in Dickinson in that matchup tonight, or if they have started, we are not getting a report. Spacier driving inside for the Vikings, out to Broughton, right corner three is strong. Rebound up for grabs inside. Wongren will pull it down for Montana Tech. Ordigger's back up front, still trailing 29-21 on the LaRue Locker Financial scoreboard. Pull up by Haber on the baseline that trickles in. Hallie Haber finding a look from 7 feet. Baseline score, the Vikings have their lead trimmed to 6 at 29-23. Broughton top of the key for Spacier. Spacier driving right, stops on the elbow. Turns it back to Aubrey Prunty. Head fake move, good take to the basket. Scoop layup, missed, and a foul coming up. Asleason had the rebound, was about to go back to the basket, but a foul coming up inside against Montana Tech. Maybe Haber? Nope, my mistake. This will be Brooke Badavenik that has her second personal foul. So Badavenik with a foul, and Montana Tech will make a change. They're not line changing anymore like they were back in the opening half, at least not yet. Olivia Nielsen will come in. It was 4 in, 4 out, 5 in, 5 out in the first half for Montana Tech. Aubrey Prunty becomes the 8th Viking to score tonight. She hits the front end of 2, and the second is also good. Prunty back-to-back from the foul line, and Valley City State pushes the lead back to 8 at 31-23. Badavenik on the top of the key for the Ordiggers. Working right side, finding Avery Carlson. Stepping right, Broughton trying to keep pace. Carlson turns to the block and hits a follow-away jump shot. 5 for Avery Carlson. They're trying to get her going at this point. Meanwhile, the Vikings stretch the floor. Prunty taking a long pass up the floor. Has the ball knocked away by Haber from behind into the basket, and Haber comes up with a takeaway. Ordiggers on the run up front. Ball on the right side of the floor, taken by Liv Wongren. Wongren drives in the lane, pulls up on a short mid-range jump shot, missed it. Haber and O'Board falling away, puts it back. Hallie Haber now with 6. The lead quickly cut to 4. The Vikings nearly turn it over on the stretch pass, but send it back up, and Asleason for 3, drills it. The big post player, Abby Asleason, stepping out, knocking down a 3 from the top of the key. She has a lot of confidence in that shot. The lead is 7 for Valley City State. 34-27 on the LaRue Locker Financial scoreboard. 2.5 into the third quarter. Ball right side of the floor taken by Badavenik. They'll reverse off to the top for Nielsen. Now Carlson trying to drift left side. Turned away by the defense. Asleason knocked the ball away. Couldn't come up with the takeaway. Nielsen drives and scores off the glass. Nielsen with 5. And the Vikings have their lead shaved to 5 at 34-29. Broughton up front. Spacier near side. Aubrey Prunty. Prunty working back towards the right, stops the lane, pulls up from 6 feet, missed it short. Rebound deflected out to the perimeter by Asleason, and Madison Spacier picks it up. The Vikings get a second look at it. On top, the ball with Broughton, spinning her way in, kicking out for Olivia Backus. Backus driving between 2 defenders, shot blocked, and Haber comes up with the loose basketball from Montana Tech. Haber up front, stopping in on Spacier, put the shoulder down, got a step, then lost the ball and got it back, turns back to the basket and hits a turnaround baby hook shot. And Haber has her 8th, her 6th of the quarter. Montana Tech has cured their offensive ills, and now a turnover. Badavenik, takeaway, breakaway, and the Viking lead is cut to 1, and that'll force a Viking timeout. Valley City State will call for a stoppage as Montana Tech is roared back to life. 34-33, the Vikings by 1. They're ruling this a 30-second timeout. They'll turn it into the media, so we'll take a media stoppage. This is Viking basketball, and we're back with more next.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on 3 major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
This one's turned into a different ball game. It was at one point a 29-18 Viking lead, and Montana Tech has started off the second half on a tear. They've outscored the Vikings 12-4 since the intermission, and Valley City State's clinging to a one-point lead, 34-33 on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Welcome back to Valley City State and the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. The Vikings force a post entry to J.C. Richter. That's knocked away. The Orediggers look to take the lead on the takeaway. Carlson catch and shoot three. It's off the heel of the rim. Humphreys an offensive rebound back against Osleason, driving inside, missing another layup. Humphreys got her own miss and a third bite at the apple on the possession for Montana Tech. Humphreys on the top of the key, stepping left, driving in. Huge forearm offensive foul. Humphreys threw a hard forearm into Osleason. We've seen more teams do this. They feel like Abby Osleason can be bodied up inside, and Osleason doing her best to stand her ground, and that time a huge forearm from Humphreys that's going to net an offensive foul. 34-33, Valley City State, 1 point lead, basketball in their hands, 4 minutes in to the third quarter of play. Broughton looking left side, Tiana Schwinghammer curling back top of the key, finding Liz Lucan, now to the corner for J.C. Richter. So Schwinghammer, Lucan, Richter coming onto the floor. Ellie Powell has as well, and Richter will be called for a traveling call, trying to cut her way inside. Well, for those of you that are Orediggers fans, some news today that will affect you, as the pairings have been announced for the NAIA football series second round. And it won't be a long trip. Butte, Montana to Carroll, Montana. Montana Tech will draw Carroll in the second round of the playoffs. That one will be on Saturday up in Carroll at Carroll. Actually, rather, it'll be at Montana. It'll be in Butte, Montana, my mistake. Three out of the left corner for Montana Tech coming out of the hands of Allie Neibauer. It's missed, and the rebound to J.C. Richter. I'm sure I made a lot of hearts stop. No, it's in Butte next weekend. Carroll College will visit Montana Tech. A take to the basket by Tiana Schwinghammer. Ball stripped away. Loose basketball to Batavinik. Montana Tech back up to 4, still trailing by 1. 34-33, 5-minute mark. High-low, Haber got loose and scores, and the lead goes to Montana Tech. Haber with her fourth field goal and 8 points to the quarter. And it's 35-34, Montana Tech now with a 1 point lead over Valley City State. Richter taking a look inside, finding Lucan. Lucan curling to the right, hard take to the basket, missed it. Rebound knocked out of bounds. It's going to go back to the Vikings, and that will bring us to a media timeout with 4:38 left to go. We'll make sure that it's acknowledged before we send you off to the break. And I don't think they're going to take it. Conference rules are second half of a game, you get the floating media timeout, but they didn't take it, so I guess we're going to stay with basketball. Lucan on the right side of the floor to the corner. Richter actually to Broughton for three, and Broughton misses. Richter, a one-handed offensive rebound, backs her way back in, but misses off the glass. At a board to Liv Wongren. It must be this basket. The Vikings had 3 looks inside in that possession. Haber, the other way from 15 feet, will hit, and Hallie Haber, 12 points, 10 of which have come in the third quarter. Haber's starting to explode. 6-foot sophomore from Billings, Montana. Another miss for the Vikings. Tech leading by 3. Ball to the front court. It'll be taken up, brought to the near side for Haber, who's got the hot hand for the Orediggers. Batavinik on top, stopping towards the left side. A look back to the near side. Humphreys is left alone for 3. That's off the heel of the rim. Long rebound to the perimeter. It works back to Batavinik for the Orediggers, and Batavinik will be fouled going to the basket. Batavinik's going to go to the foul line. We'll wait and check the call, and this will be going against Tiana Schwinghammer, her first for Valley City State. So the Orediggers reverse what was a 29-18 lead for the Vikings. It's now 37-34. Do the math, 18-5 run. And now we're going to go to the media timeout. I think they realized they missed it. So a media stoppage with 3:49 left to go. The Vikings trailing 37-34. Viking basketball will continue in just a couple of moments.
quality education, affordable tuition, student opportunities. That's the Viking promise. Valley City State University. Discover yourself here at VCSU. Visit today. Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Welcome back to Viking basketball with our clock down to 3 minutes 49 seconds left to go. Here in the third quarter of play, the Vikings trailing by 3, 37-34. It represents a huge turnaround. The Vikings led 29-18 in the opening half. And a 19-5 run since then, rather 18-5 run. It'll be 19-5 now as the first of 2 foul shots for Brooke Badavinik find the bottom. Badavinik now with 10 on the night and make it 11 as the second rolls in as well. And the lead is now 39-34. So a 20-5 run since the Vikings led by that 29-18 margin, actually 21-5 run. And a post-entry pass for the Vikings, fought loose. Ellie Powell's able to pick it back. Then J.C. Richter got hands inside from an Ordinger. That ties it up, and Montana Tech has the advantage of the arrow. The Vikings have really struggled to find something clean to work with, and Tech has turned up their defensive intensity. That really is the difference here. Besides hitting a couple of shots, which always helps, the Vikings have not, Montana Tech has, but the real difference has been Tech has been much more active defensively, much more physical, and it's led to some changes in how this second half has played out. Humphreys on the top of the key looking in. Haber turning to her right, then opened things up on the baseline for Liv Wangerin, but missed her on the pass. The ball's turned over back to Valley City State. The other matchups in the second round of the NAIA playoffs, again, Montana Tech, for those of you that didn't hear the announcement a moment ago, they'll get Carroll College coming up on Saturday in the round of 16 in the NAIA playoffs. So an Inter-Montana matchup in the Frontier. Crossover dribble by Spacier, kick out to the right side. Broughton driving and working to Backus out of the right corner. Backus goes hard in the lane, pulls up in front of the rim, and that one nibbles and won't fall. This basket was a problem for Montana Tech in the opening half. It's been a problem for the Vikings in the second half. Some looks that should have went in and just have not. Neibauer driving to the basket. That one comes up empty. Humphreys battling for the rebound. Neibauer got it back. Wonger into the lane, pulls up in front of the basket and misses. And Neibauer pulls down another board. She goes reverse layup and misses as well. Ellie Powell's got the basketball, and Humphreys going to be hit on the body trying to chase down the rebound. That will be her third. The other matchups that will come up in the next round. College of Idaho got the 8 seed. They'll take on Morningside, Iowa. That'll be at College of Idaho. Grandview, the overall number 1 seed out of Iowa, will face St. Francis, Indiana. Kaiser, Florida will get Southeastern Florida. Friends, Kansas gets William Penn, Iowa. Benedictine will host Campbellsville, Kentucky. Marion, Indiana will host Dort. And Lindsey Wilson, Kentucky will face Indiana Wesleyan. 39-34, lead 5 for Montana Tech. Now it's 3. J.C. Richter drives her way to the basket, and Richter scores her 4th tonight. Lead cut to 3, 39-36. Wonger into the point guard. This has been kind of consistent throughout the second half. Haber will pull the trigger for 3 and drains it. Hallie Haber's having a quarter. 13 of her 15 have come here in the third, and the lead for Montana Tech is 6 at 42-36. Broughton driving left, looking in, back to Powell from the right elbow. Jump shot good for Ellie Powell. 4 points for Ellie Powell, first scoring since the opening quarter for Powell. That cuts the Tech lead down to 4 at 42-38. Ball left side of the floor, Nielsen, give and go. A drive in by Wangerin to the basket, scoring over Prunty. Wangerin finding her way inside, and now those chances are beginning to fall. And Liv Wangerin has her second field goal tonight. She has 4. Lead back to 6 at 44-38. Broughton crossover Spacier. Comes back near side, Aubrey Prunty. Prunty driving, kicks down to Powell. Left-handed layup, good for Ellie Powell. Good breakdown of the defense for the Vikings on the dribble drive and draw. Powell finishes. Lead cut to 4 with 1:20 left to go in the third quarter. It's 44-40 on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Ball left side of the floor with Nybauer. They take a look into the post. A back down by Nielsen. A follow away against Powell left short. And Ellie Powell scoops up the rebound. Vikings can make it a one-possession game near the final minute of the third quarter. A bounce pass to Prunty. It's offline. The Vikings try to stretch the floor again. And it's picked away by Liv Wangerin for Montana Tech. Nybauer up front for the Diggers. A turn back to Nielsen. And there's a differential that would give the Vikings a full possession right now, 30 and a half seconds. Ball right side of the floor, Nybauer into Haber in the right corner. Haber a reversal, Nybauer left side, Badavinik jump stops the lane, back out. Vikings wanted to travel, they don't get. Nybauer going to travel here, I believe. Yep, there it is. Nybauer grimaces as if she didn't travel, and Jeff Graham puts his hands on his head over on the Montana Tech sideline. I don't think Coach Graham could see the second step from Nybauer. Her back was to us as we take a look at it. There were other players in front of Coach Graham. I can understand why he's a little bit frustrated with the call, but that was the correct call. There was a travel. And the Vikings will bring it up the floor with 6.5 seconds separating game clock and shot clock. They can nearly run out, but not quite run out the third quarter. Ball top of the key, Tiana Schwinghammer. Crossover dribble, bounce pass down low looking for Powell. And a kick basketball by Humphreys, who is out there with 3 fouls right now for Montana Tech. And that is, well, noteworthy. You're willing to leave Humphreys on the floor with 3 fouls in the matchup. Only 20 seconds left to play in the third quarter, risking taking that 4th foul still here in the third. Long over the head, over the shoulder catch made by J.C. Richter on the inbounds pass out by the time stripe with the ball coming from the baseline. 3 on the way by Ellie Broaden that won't fall near the end of the shot clock. Rebound comes away with Wangerin for Montana Tech. Diggers driving. Wangerin got a step to the baseline, hits it at the horn. Liv Wangerin with 6 of Montana Tech has turned the basketball game around, scoring 25 in the third quarter of play. At the end of 3 on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard, Montana Tech leads Valley City State 46-40. Our fourth quarter is on the way next. This is Viking basketball on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and also at newsdakota.com, and Digger basketball at KBOW and Butte. Fourth quarter's next.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
Just a note to our studio engineer back in KBOW in Butte. Following the game, we'll have one quick break. We'll wrap up the particulars of this third quarter, or actually I should say women's basketball matchup, and then we will announce a start time for the broadcast of men's play. You'll hear that here as well on KBOW, so you'll know when to come back for the matchup. And for those of you that are viewing on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel, same situation. You'll announce the start time, or we'll announce the start time, and you'll know when to be back for men's play if you're looking for that one tonight. The Vikings down 6 at 46-40 to Montana Tech to start the second half, or actually fourth quarter of play. Abias Leeson with a 3 that's missed, and Liv Wangerin with a rebound from Montana Tech. Montana Tech outscored the Vikings 25-11 in the third quarter of that matchup to reverse a one-time 11-point deficit and take a 6-point lead. Now a takeaway by the Vikings, Tiana Schwinghammer. She scored her 1,000th point of her career tonight. Give her 2 more. Schwinghammer, the takeaway breakaway. She has 9 to lead the Vikings tonight, and the Vikings close the gap back to 4. 3 off the left side of the floor. Comes up empty from Avery Nelson. Correction, not Nelson, but Izzy RB. And the rebound with the Vikings, it'll be brought up by Olivia Backus for Valley City State. Backus driving baseline, cuts through on that baseline, and we got a foul coming up. looks to be going against Montana Tech defensively, and it will go against Izzy RV. Some numbers at the end of the third quarter of play in this matchup. Again, the Vikings and Montana Tech not really shooting it up tonight, but Montana Tech has come back to shoot 37% from the field. Not bad considering they started out 21.4%. To be able to reverse that, that shows you the kind of effectiveness that they had in the third quarter play as the inbounds pass is kicked away. Individual numbers, Montana Tech led in the first half. Can we find the points here? Where did they move those to? All right, here we go. Led in the first half, actually, through three quarters by Hallie Haber. They've got her for 14. I have her for 15 on my sheet, so I'm not sure what happened there. Turnaround inside, Madison Spacer. Spacer has her 8. So 14 for Hallie Haber, 11 for Brooke Badavidic to lead the way for Montana Tech through three quarters of play. And the Vikings were led through three quarters of play by 8 points from Olivia Backus, but Tiana Schwinghammer with 9 right now. A 3 off the right wing by Badavidic, that won't fall. Humphreys back to the basket and scoring. Hadley Humphreys with 4, and it's been a tough night for Hadley Humphreys inside. So for her to find her way, and I will make a correction. Yes, I have 14 on my sheet for Hadley Haber as well. Kick out, Schwinghammer left corner for the Vikings. A stop, a look in, trying to find J.C. Richter on the left side of that high-low look. Richter takes on the bottom of that high-low, dribbles in against Humphreys and kicks it out to Madison Spacer, top of the key. Spacer, the jump stop, hit hard to the deck as she was coming down on the floor, ends up missing the shot. Rebound goes loose and Montana Tech will pick it up. It'll be Avery Carlson that brings into the front court. Ball inside, Humphreys off to the left wing. RV, high arcing 3 that falls off the front of the rim. At a rebound weak side to Madison Spacer. 8 minutes to play fourth quarter. The Vikings down 4 at 48-44, and Backus throws another away, but a foul coming up. Humphreys knocking down Abias Leeson inside. That bails the Vikings out. They were about to turn it over. Instead, Humphreys will exit stage left with her 4th foul, and the Vikings will keep possession of the basketball in a position to turn it over. Now they're going to keep it. Olivia Nielsen back to the post. Back out on top, Hallie Neibauer, who will step in for Badavidic. Osleeson gets the inbounds pass right side. Reversal back out towards the right for Olivia Backus. Backus looking in at Osleeson, trying to make herself large inside as a target, posting up against Nielsen. Ball comes back to the left side of the floor. And that one taken up on the left side of the floor by Madison Spacer. Shot clock rolling down to 5. Nielsen from the foul line trickles in. Correction, not Nielsen, Richter. J.C. Richter turning and scoring just inside the foul line. Vikings make it a 2-point game at 48-46 on the LaRue Lacker Financial scoreboard. 7:25 left to go in the fourth quarter. Ball right side of the floor picked up by EZRV for the Ordigers. Back out on top, Kylie Conan. Conan driving her way in against Spacer. A stop, looking baseline. We'll see the reverse layup from Wenger, actually taken inside by Wangerin. Ends up missing it. The Vikings come away with Schwinghammer in possession and transition for the Vikings. Backus hard take to the basket. That'll be knocked out of bounds. Vikings will keep it, and Montana Tech going to make some changes. Haber will come back into the matchup. Avery Carlson and Badavidic will also re-enter. 3 minutes gone, 7 to go. Here in the fourth quarter, the Vikings down to 48-46. Schwinghammer looking to inbound, lots of time being taken. Leaves it up for grabs for Madison Spacer. Spacer taking a look, Backus off the right side. Shuffle steps the dribble back towards the left corner and found Schwinghammer open on the wing. Schwinghammer high and court wide to Spacer out of the right corner. Spacer crossover dribble, got underneath, reverse layup missed. Rebound knocked around and picked up by Hallie Haber for Montana Tech. She'll leave it up the floor to Avery Carlson. Ordigers back to work. Back to the top of the key, Badavidic. 48-46, Ordigers by 2. 6.5 to go in the fourth quarter. Ball step left side, Hallie Haber got into the lane, spins back to the right, fouled on the way to the basket, and will go to the line. Richter trying to offer some help side assistance. Got a hand up, and Haber is going to go to the stripe as a result. 6:28 to play fourth quarter, and we'll see Hallie Haber shooting foul shots. She had 1 point till the first half, or through the first half, on an opportunity from the foul line in the second quarter. She had 13 of the 25 points that Montana Tech scored in the third quarter of basketball, and that's what turned around the game for the Ordigers. First foul shot is good. Haber averages 10 points per game. The fourth leading scorer on the team, but 1 of 4 between 10 and 11.8. This Montana Tech team appears to be a team of interchangeable parts, and tonight it's Haber that's got the roll going in the second half. 50-46, she knocks down both ends. Vikings with the basketball. Richter inside, stepping away from pressure and hitting a follow-away jump shot. That was right over Liv Wongren, and Wongren got a piece of the basketball as well. Richter was able to force that up to score her 8th. And the Vikings again close to within 2. Avery Carlson crossover from 13 hits it. Carlson with 7. As Ellie Broughton kind of sold out on a reach-in trying to knock that ball away. She's had success creating turnovers that way, but Carlson beats her and then finishes the basket. 52-48, Schwinghammer for 3, trying to cut it to 1, missed it off the heel. Loose ball rebound to Batavinik for Montana Tech. Ordigger's back up front with 5.5 minutes to go. They can make it a 3-possession game again. Ball top of the key with Carlson working towards the right side. Hands to Batavinik, a wide open alley, she drives and scores. Brooke Batavinik, double figures and then some. She's got 13 tonight. The Vikings back down 6, 54-48. Ellie Broughton scoop layup, driving left side. That's her first scoring tonight. 23 points in each of the last 2 games for Ellie Broughton. Up until last night anyway, just her first 2 tonight. She struggled to hit the 3, gets going on some dribble penetration there. Lead cut to 4 at 54-50. A look inside by Nielsen, turning on Usleason, got the extra step, went to the basket, missed it. Rebound deflected to the perimeter, and it's back to Montana Tech. Batavinik off to the top of the key for Avery Carlson. Carlson stepping back out by the big Viking logo in the middle of the floor. She works underneath. Haber double teamed on the high-low. Got it anyway. Falls away against Richter. It rolls off. And the rebound to Tiana Schwinghammer for Valley City State. Vikings down 54-50 with the basketball. Media stoppage next dead. Tiana Schwinghammer on the top of the key. Back to Richter. Stolen. Batavinik saw it coming. Batavinik's on the run. And she's fouled from behind by Tiana Schwinghammer to prevent the easy basket. Schwinghammer will pick up her second. It'll stop the clock with 4:32 to play here in the fourth quarter, and we'll see the media stoppage. 54-50, the Ordiggers lead the Vikings by 4. We have a timeout on the floor. We have more Viking basketball and Ordigger basketball coming up after this.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. To get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
We announced those football matchups. For those of you that weren't with us, it was announced today Montana Tech will be hosting Carroll College in the next round of the NAI football playoffs. And if I go back in time about a couple of weeks, maybe a week ago today, as Brooke Batavinik is back at the foul line for Montana Tech and hits on the front end. The broadcast crew for KBOW, we were using their broadcast for Viking football on KOVC, the radio partner in Valley City for the Vikings. Batavinik knocks down the back end. Ordiggers lead by 6. I believe I remember the broadcast crew sort of hinting that they thought it would have been a little wrong for the playoffs to turn out the way they have, as Schwinghammer flies for 3 and hits out of the left corner for the Vikings. That's Schwinghammer's 12th. The Vikings are back within 1 possession. Here it's 56-53. They had mentioned the NAI kind of likes to limit travel, so would they jam Carroll and Tech together? That's what they did. Carroll College coming to Montana Tech next Saturday. I'm not sure if people will be happy about that in Montana or not. Here comes a travel against Hadley Humphreys. Humphreys trying to back into the basket. Mishandles the ball. I don't know if I would have called that a travel. She did put it down with both hands. I might have called that a double dribble, but nonetheless, a turnover by Montana Tech, and the Vikings will get the basketball back. Turnovers really hurt Montana Tech in the first half, and they've been able to limit that part of their game here in the second half, but they still turned it over 20 times tonight. But A majority of those came in the opening half of play. 56-53, the Vikings down 3 to Montana Tech. Schwinghammer working right side. Ellie Broughton a ball fake. Steps back on the top of the key. Draws a single defender and finds Olivia Backus. Backus driving. Shot clock winding down. Richter for 3 ties the game. J.C. Richter steps into a 3, and that gives her double figures tonight. She's got 11. The Frontier Conference Defensive Player of the Year in volleyball hits a big 3 to tie the game, and a timeout will be taken by Montana Tech. 56 all, Vikings and Ore Diggers. We have a 30-second timeout, and we're back with more next on Viking and Ore Digger basketball.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
3:29 left to go, fourth quarter. Big 3 by J.C. Richter ties the game for Valley City State. The Vikings and Ore Diggers even at 56 in the final 3.5 minutes. A drive to the basket. Wangerin gets there and misses. Rebound pulled down by Ellie Broughton for Valley City State. She'll stretch it out with J.C. Richter, who mishandled the basketball, but got it back to the top of the key. And we'll see Broughton put the dribble down for the Vikings. 3:10 to go, all even at 56 apiece. Richter stepping towards the right side of the floor, got to the foul line, back to the basket, working in, kicking out. Schwinghammer's got to use the forearm to get free. Off to Richter right corner. Shot clock at 5. Deep 3 by Backus, well short. And the rebound to Liv Wangerin for Montana Tech. Wangerin wants to run, but she's down numbers. Comes to a stop on the left side of the floor and then reverses the dribble back out to Badavinik. Badavinik a stop in the lane, kicking to Humphreys from mid-range on the elbow. Puts the lead back in the hands of Montana Tech. Hadley Humphreys now with 6. The Vikings down 2 at 58-56 with 2.5 minutes to go on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Schwinghammer on the top of the key, working right side. J.C. Richter, hard take to the basket, pulls up on the baseline, missed it, but will go to the foul line. Foul's going to go, I believe, against Hallie Haber. It will be Haber's first. And J.C. Richter to the foul line. This is the part of the game for J.C. that has been shaky at times for the Viking, I guess, post now guard, but she knocks down the front end. Remember her freshman year, the foul shooting was a little in and out. Her mom, volleyball coach for a while at Linton HMB down in Linton, North Dakota. Obviously a coach first, mom second sometimes as Richter knocked down both ends. Would talk to me after the game and say she's going to get in the gym and work on those foul shots. Well, she's done that. 2 of 2 the foul line. The Vikings tie it up at 58 apiece. Humphreys on the right elbow for the Ore Diggers. Looking underneath, turning, facing the basket. Now spins it off to Badavinik. Badavinik will step up towards the top of the key, guarded by Olivia Backus. Left side, Haber for the Ore Diggers. A jump stop and a kick out left corner. Taken that time by Carlson. Post entry. Richter knocked it loose, but it ends up rolling out of bounds. Oh, they're going to say off of the Diggers? This is going to be Viking basketball. Jeff Graham is beside himself about that call, and the officials will say play on. He thought that was off of Valley City State, and Coach Graham is just reading the riot act to the official on the far side of the floor. The Vikings get it back with under 2 minutes to go. Broughton spies the 3, a little lean, Drew Wangerin as a defender. Richter takes a look in at Backus, then turns it back top of the key for Ellie Powell. Powell looking off to Schwinghammer. Schwinghammer got a screen, running into the lane, back off to Richter. Shot clock at 5 seconds. Richter dumping down, finding Powell, turns hard to the basket, misses. Rebounds up for grabs, and it's on the floor. Powell tussles for it, got it. There's a player on top of her, and a timeout was taken by Valley City State to save the possession. So the Vikings will call for timeout. They'll have one left, tied at 58 apiece with 1:26 left to go in quarter number 4. We'll keep it here on KBOW in Bowman and on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. Let's run you through some of the scores that we have tonight in Frontier Conference basketball, if we can get back to our conference basketball scoreboard here. Good one tonight between Montana State, Northern, and Dakota State, but Dakota State has opened it up in the second half. Dakota State now leads by 16, 77-61 with 1:06 left to go in the fourth quarter. Bismarck State hanging around with Carroll, 57-54 Carroll College. That game's midway through the fourth quarter. Vikings inbound with the Ordingers tied at 58. A drive brought into the basket, scoop layup missed inside. Wangerin pulls the rebound free, and Montana Tech's up the floor in transition to tie ball game. Wangerin to stop, left side, Badavinik got a screen, steps up on top, and a post-entry pass is knocked loose. The Vikings come away with it. Ellie Broughton will bring it up. We're going into the final minute of play in the fourth quarter, dead even at 58 on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Broughton will run ISO, comes out towards the stripe, kicks left side of the floor, finding Abby Osleason. Osleason will look in, back to Richter on the right side. A flash by Broughton on the perimeter. Osleason tries to cut, and we've got whistles. Two of them, various locations. Apparently the officials concur on the foul, and the foul's going to go against Hallie Haber, her second. It's the fourth against the Diggers, which will give the Vikings the penalty for the remainder of the game. Inbounds pass, Schwinghammer will come into Broughton. 20 seconds on the shot clock, 48 in the game. Underneath, Schwinghammer's open, shot blocked. She got her own effort and is fouled, going back to the basket. And Tiana Schwinghammer will go to the foul line, trying to deliver the Vikings a lead. This foul will go against Liv Wangerin, her first. And a change will be made as Haber will come off the floor in favor of Izzy RV. So Schwinghammer to the foul line, shooting 2. Schwinghammer scored her 1,000th career college point tonight. She's got a 14-point night going. It comes up empty on the front end. Actually, correction, 12, my apologies. Lead, or actually tie game still at 58 apiece. Schwinghammer looking at the second of 2. That one is good. And the Vikings have the lead with 41.7 seconds to go, and a timeout will be taken by Montana Tech. It'll be a 30-second timeout. 59-58, Vikings by 1. We have a timeout, 30-second stoppage, and we're back with more next.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
59-58, Valley City State by 1 with 41.3 seconds left to go in the fourth quarter. Montana Tech has the basketball. They have the arrow. The Vikings have the penalty. Montana Tech into the front court with it. A turn by Carlson, working back top of the key. Badavinik from 10 seconds, or actually from 10 feet, leaned, drew the defense. RV on top. Humphreys inside, tries a layup and misses. Osleason comes down with a rebound, tries to clear it out against the double team, and got rid of it, taken up by Broughton. She'll kick to Schwinghammer, who's got a 2-on-1, and will have a foul with 13.5 seconds left, as Schwinghammer is fouled on the perimeter by RV, which will put Schwinghammer on the foul line. If the Vikings could have found an open player with a 2-on-1, they might have been able to go to the basket for the dagger. Instead, Schwinghammer will have to go to the foul line and earn it the hard way. RV's second. 13.5 seconds to go. Schwinghammer's first foul shot is short. And a lot of Vikings fans anxious. Just got the defensive stand they were looking for. The second on the way by Schwinghammer is good. And the lead is 2 at 60-58. 13 seconds left. Into the front court. Ball brought up on the near side of the floor by Wangerin. Wangerin is stopped. Badavinik on the right. Forces up a 3. It's no good. Rebound foul coming up. Ellie Broughton had her hands on it. She may have been the player fouled. She's going to the foul line. And the Vikings have a 2-point lead with 2.3 seconds left on the doorstep of a big conference win. This was a big measuring stick type of game coming into the night for the Vikings. Vikings trying to right the ship after a loss by 4 last night to Montana Western. And now a chance to grab a split of the weekend and get 2 out of 3, as Ellie Broughton will go to the foul line for Valley City State. Broughton's first is good. Actually, rather, Broughton's first is not good. The second is. Broughton will knock down her third point, and the Vikings lead by 3 with 2.3 seconds left, and a timeout is taken by the Orediggers. So the first was no good, and we'll see if the second is going to, or the second was good rather, and now we'll see if the Vikings can hold on defensively. Into the night, reviewing those conference standings again, Montana Tech undefeated overall at 5-0, 1-0 in the Frontier, so the Vikings trying to hand Tech their first loss of the season. Valley City State a 4-2 mark. Their losses to Montana Western last night, who is 3-2 on the year, and a loss to Bemidji State, who's a Division II opponent out of the Northern Sun. And right now the Vikings leading 61-58. So it comes down to 2.3 seconds left. Montana Tech will inbound at half court or in the front court with a 61-58 lead for the Vikings. Tech needs a 3 to tie the game. RV looking to inbound the basketball. Schwinghammer in front of her. RV got it in. Banovitic for 3 at the horn. Trickles off. The Vikings win. Valley City State turns away Montana Tech. 61-58 your final score. Montana Tech's first loss of the year. They'll drop to 5-1. The Vikings improve to 5-2. The Vikings are now 2-1 inside Frontier Conference play. Montana Tech will drop to 1-1. Big measuring stick game for Valley City State to try to draw into the conversation in the top half of the Frontier Conference stat. Again, your final score tonight in women's play. The Viking women 61, the Orediggers 58. Our post-game wrap-up is on the way in just a couple of moments on Viking basketball.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Experience the thrill, feel the passion, and join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Lang hard to the basket with a two-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Holland can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy. Welcome back to Viking and Ordigger basketball tonight. The Viking women pull off a big win this evening, knocking off previously undefeated Montana Tech by a final score of 61-58. The Viking women kind of looking at that as a must-have if they want to be in the conversation of that top half of the conference standings after the end of the opening weekend. And they have a win over Dakota State last year that they could hang their hat on as well. And they came out tonight and battled through a very physical team. Montana Tech is a lot of things that Valley City State is not coming into this matchup tonight, but the Vikings found a way to play enough defense. They kept it a bit low scoring, struggled through some three-point shooting that wasn't exactly their repertoire. They usually knock down A handful of threes they didn't have tonight, but J.C. Richter, a big three down the stretch to tie the basketball game. Couple of foul shots by Tiana Schwinghammer finish it off, and the Vikings turn away Montana Tech on 2 possessions at the end of the game to get the win tonight by a final score of 61-58. Final numbers in that matchup tonight as far as the team numbers are concerned. Tech shoots 35.8% from the field. The Vikings win this game shooting 33.3%, 24 of 72. Montana Tech was 24 of 67. So why? Well, the Vikings 5 of 25 from the three-point line. Montana Tech 4 of 16 from the three-point line. Nobody shot well from beyond. The foul shooting situation was in favor of Montana Tech, 8 of 11 for Montana Tech versus 8 of 15. There just weren't a lot of categories that the Vikings win, but they did win one. Turnovers. Montana Tech turned it over 22 times tonight. The Vikings turned it over just 14. Took care of the basketball, forced some giveaways. That was a big, big hint for the Vikings in getting the victory tonight. Individual numbers in this one tonight. Montana Tech is led in scoring this evening by 16 from Hallie Haber. Brooke Badaminick will knock down 15 points tonight, and Olivia Nielsen off the bench with a very nice night, scoring 10. 7 points tonight for Avery Carlson. Liv Waniger, or I'm sorry, I've tried to get this one night, Wongerin, all night long. I apologize, hard one for me. Liv Wongerin with 6 points this evening, and also Hadley Humphreys with 6 points tonight as well for Montana Tech. For the Vikings this evening, there were some big nights, but they weren't exceptionally big. Balance tonight being the key to the game. Tiana Schwinghammer leads the way with 14. J.C. Richter with 13 points tonight. Schwinghammer scoring her 1,000th career point in her college career, and then ends up leading the Vikings to a win with 14 overall tonight. Olivia Backus finishes with 8. They were all in the first half. Madison Spacer with 8 tonight as well, playing through some foul trouble. Ellie Powell finished with 6 and not a ton of minutes. Only 15 minutes for Ellie Powell tonight, but ends up with 6 points tonight. Abias Leeson with 5. Ellie Broughton with 3. Aubrey Prunty with 2. Liz Lukin with 2. If the Vikings are going to beat good teams with Abias Leeson scoring just 5 and Ellie Broughton scoring just 3, the Vikings are going to have an opportunity in a lot of basketball games this season. Vikings win it. Final score 61-58. And again, that drops Montana Tech to 5-1 in the overall category. They'll drop to 1-1 in the league. The Vikings now improve to 2-1 in Frontier Conference play, and the Vikings are 5-2 overall. And up next will be men's play coming up tonight. We're going to come back and start the men's matchup for you tonight at 6:55. That'll be 6:55 with the start time for those of you on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel, and 6:56 for those of you on KBOW in Bowman. So 6:55 for those of you on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel, and 5:56 for those of you on KBOW in Butte. My apologies, not Bowman, Butte, Montana. And a note to our studio engineer, we will start our broadcast with the same execution that we had to start the women's broadcast tonight. Your final score this evening in women's play: the Viking women 61, Montana Tech 58. So long for just a bit on Viking basketball and also Ordiggers basketball. We'll see you back here for the start of the men's matchup in just a bit.
USA Farm Store in Valley City. You get full service and self-service prices
Experience the thrill, feel the passion, and join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Lang hard to the basket with a two-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Holland can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy.
Quality education, affordable tuition, student opportunities. That's the Viking promise. Valley City State University. Discover yourself here at VCSU. Visit today.
Well, we welcome you back to our coverage of Viking basketball tonight as Valley City State will take on Montana Tech. It'll be the Ore Diggers who are undefeated in the conference right now and undefeated overall. They come in with a sparkling record of 7-0 tonight to take on the 4-2 Valley City State University Vikings here this evening as we welcome you back to our coverage on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and NewsDakota.com and also on KBOW in Butte, Montana this evening. Ryan Gunningham with you and Charles again. We'll have our videography work for game number 2 of the doubleheader here tonight. Last night, Montana Tech, a 75-63 win over Mayville State University on the road. Another slugfest that gets played up at the Louis Lee Fieldhouse, and it seems like a lot of them are going to be like that throughout the course of the season this year. So not a surprising result that it would go back and forth like that. Last night, the Vikings scored 104 points against Montana Western and lost 107 to 104. There weren't a lot of shot clock issues that came into play in that game, and that has been the mantra of the Vikings throughout the course of the year. They're struggling to find their defensive niche, but they can score a lot of points, and that gives you a bit of a preview of what this one might turn into tonight. The Vikings want to run you out of the gym and race you to 100. Montana Tech will be trying to keep a little bit more control of the matchup tonight. But again, great record for Montana Tech coming into the night. You can see it for those of you on the video side of things, and we'll talk you through it on the radio side of things tonight. Montana Tech ranks 6th in the nation. They're 1-0 right now, in second place behind Carroll College and Bellevue University. Bellevue is also powered out to a 7-0 mark. They're 2-0 in the league. Carroll's 2-0 in the league. Montana Tech 1-0. Montana Western 1-0 as well. They have a 6-1 mark, so the Vikings put a scare into a 6-1 basketball team last night. Now they'll try to do the same against a 7-0 basketball team coming up tonight. That's a quick preview of our men's matchup. We're going to take a pause on our pregame report. When we come back, we'll bring you the starting lineups and tip-off for men's play next. It's VCSU and Montana Tech on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel, NewsDakota.com, and KBOW Butte, Montana. Back with more next.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking basketball on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and also on newsdakota.com and the Voice of the Vikings and the Voice of the Valley, KOVC. We get ready for the men's matchup here tonight as Valley City State will take on the Ore Diggers of the Montana Tech University. Ore Diggers, I should say, of Montana Tech University coming up here this evening. Trying to handle one other thing as we get ready for the game here tonight, so I apologize, folks, as we try to set things up coming up for next week, exchanging some text messages on what's going to happen for next week. So again, we have a little bit of a dual effort going on here. My apologies for that. Montana Tech, 7-0 on the season, 1-0 inside the league. The Vikings come in 0-1, actually rather 0-2 inside conference play, at a record of 4-2. Overall, let's take a look at our starting lineups that we have for tonight. First of all, for the visitors, Montana Tech University and the Ore Diggers. The guards tonight will be Camden Lawrence, a 6'4 senior from Missoula, Montana. Braden Cook, a 6'3 junior from Helena, Montana. And tonight at the forward positions, Hayden Deacons, a 6'6 senior from Geraldine, Montana. Rhett Reynolds, a 6'9 junior from Shelby, Montana. And Carson Pepper, a 6'7 junior from Chatsworth, California. And Hayden Deacons is the man to watch for Montana Tech tonight. 16 points per game, 8.4 rebounds per game, but Carson Pepper had a really nice start to his conference season with 19 points last night against Mayville State University on the road. So that obviously changes what this Montana Tech team looks like. He averages 9.1 a game, but he was the man to get after it last night against the Comets up in Mayville. Starting lineup under Adam Hyatt in his 9th season as the head coach of Montana Tech. He's assisted by Tyler Miller. And for Valley City State, the guards, J.R. Sisson, 5'11 senior from Lake Zurich, Illinois. Caleb Larson, a 6'4 senior from West Fargo, North Dakota. The center tonight, Logan Deal, 6'6 junior from Smithfield, Utah. And the forwards, rather, he is a forward, my apologies. The center tonight is Alex Lester, a 6'8 freshman from Ankeny, Minnesota. Another forward, Joe Nelson, a 6'6 freshman from Devils Lake, North Dakota. Under Ryan Montgomery, who's in his 10th season as the head coach of Valley City State University. So the Vikings and the Ore Diggers set to do battle here tonight. A couple of things we can tell you. Right now, Sam Kommervig for the Vikings is in street clothes tonight, so the Vikings may be down a man tonight. J.R. Sisson leading the Vikings at 19.3 points per game. Caleb Larson, 14.7 points per game coming into tonight. But when you take a look at what the Vikings have done this season, as far as their offense, they outscored the University of Minnesota Morris 99-91. They defeated Mount Marty 83-76. They beat Doane 83-82. They beat Dakota Wesleyan 88-84. They lost to Mayville 85-82. And they lost to Montana Western 107-104. Their point number, their low production number this year is 82 points, and that was on the road. 99, 83, 83, 88, 82, 104. And they're 4-2 on the year because, again, what they've given up this season, 91, 76, 82, 84, 85, and 107. So at some point, the Vikings are either going to be about a scoring frenzy one way or another. That's just the way it's going to go. Or they're going to find their way into some defense and try to turn that around a little bit. And I couldn't tell you which one of those is the more likely possibility. The Ore Diggers are in burnt orange tonight, working from right to left. The Vikings are in cream with Cardinal. They'll work left to right. The Vikings will send Alex Lester to the middle to jump, and he'll jump against Rhett Reynolds. And the tap is controlled by Montana Tech, and we're underway with the men's half of our doubleheader tonight between the Ore Diggers and the Vikings. Hard take to the basket right away for Camden Lawrence, and he'll score. Lawrence going to the basket for the first 2 points tonight. Lawrence off the right side, and it's 2-0 in favor of Montana Tech. And that's a problem for the Vikings. Dribble drive penetration has been something they have struggled with from the opposition throughout the course of the season. Deal into the right corner for Nelson. J.R. Sisson off a screen, stepping his way towards the lane. Comes back to Joel Nelson, who will stop on the foul line. Out to Lester, who wasn't waiting for it. He's got it. High bank shot. Rolls off the heel. Rebound, Logan Deal stripped right through his hands. Picked up on the backside by Harold Deakins. He looks up the floor and a take to the basket that will net a foul as Carson Peffer got away in transition and will go to the foul line. It'll be against Caleb Larson, his first for the Vikings. Peffer with 19 last night against Mayville State. And we'll go to the foul line here as Carson Peffer will get a look at 2 to try to push the lead to 4-0. First foul shot is on the way and off the heel. So a 2-0 lead for Montana Tech. Peffer in bright orange shoes. Boy, that's a different combination. The burnt orange uniforms with the almost blaze orange, hunter orange kind of shoes out there. Peffer knocks down the back end. It's 3-0 in favor of Montana Tech. Sisson to the front court for the Vikings. Coming out of the post, Deal looking high in the post. They'll bring it back to Caleb Larson on the left side. Larson back to Sisson. He's going to be defended well. They switch on him off a screen. Lawrence has got him. A step in. Sisson looking to fall away, and Lawrence came over the top, blocked the shot. Loose basketball left side, comes out to Deakins. Deakins kicking right side. Lawrence quick take to the corner for Braden Cook. Cook's three comes up empty, and a rebound underneath the Deal for Valley City State. Vikings back up the floor, trailing by a score of 3-0. A three by Caleb Larson's off the heel of the rim. Another big rebound tussle inside, and a hard take up for Deakins to come down with the basketball. Now he breaks the defense, drives the basket, and scores. Harold Deakins comes up with a bucket, and Valley City State going to call for timeout, down 5-0. The Vikings will take a quick 30-second timeout, and we will do the same. The Vikings have a 5-0 deficit, and we'll call for a very quick stoppage. And we're back with more Viking basketball next.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA, SIPC.
So the Vikings call for timeout really in the first couple of possessions for Valley City State. Ryan Montgomery saw something out of his defense that he was not happy with, and so he'll reset things for Valley City State. Ball inside with Logan Deal. Back out to the left wing, Caleb Larson for Valley City State. Sisson on the right side. Stepping towards the right, between the legs of the dribble. Comes back, left hand, trying to break down Deakins off the dribble. Ball right side, Nelson with a shot clock at 7 seconds. A turn back to the top. Sisson rotating in, stepping back, crossing his dribble again. Driving to the baseline, pulls up from a tough angle, and that one did not draw iron. Montana Tech will get the basketball back. This is a different type of team. Montana Tech ranks 6th in the country, and you can tell why. They have very athletic bodies on the floor. They've got an opportunity to close out in a lot of range. That front line is going to be a problem. The Vikings going to put on some trapping pressure in the backcourt. Deakins trying to dribble away from it, does, and gets himself up front. Finds Reynolds on a cut back to the basket. Now Lawrence back to Deakins out by the circle. Deakins stepping towards the right sideline. A switch. Lester comes out to defend Deakins. Ball goes inside. Reynolds with his back to the basket. Turn, kick back to the near side of the floor. Dribble to the baseline for Braden Cook. Back towards the right side. Hard take, right wing. Peffer got to the basket with the left hand, and he scores his first field goal tonight. It's 7-0. Montana Tech on top. And they have the ball, or actually have had the ball near the basket a ton. They haven't had to take the outside jumper as of yet. Deal will pull the trigger for three and hits for the Vikings. First points for the Vikings come 2 minutes, 43 seconds into the matchup, but Deal sinks a three and cuts the Montana Tech lead to 4. And a ball up the floor too strong for Peffer through his hands. Montana Tech will turn it over. A little bit of trapping pressure by Valley City State. The half-court trap for the Vikings, or I should say rather the half-court straight-up defense hasn't been the key, but the Vikings being able to put a little trap on, that apparently helps. Ball top of the key with Alex Lester for Valley City State. Lester is stopped, handing off to Logan Deal, now Sisson. Sisson defended by Camden Lawrence on the perimeter. It's player to player so far for Montana Tech. Nelson into the post, trying to step in, fall away, hook shot with the left hand. Joel Nelson will score. Nelson's first 2 points tonight. The Vikings get back on the board, cut the lead to 2 at 7-5. More trapping pressure. Tech able to get rid of it on the right side. Braden Cook into the front court. Lawrence head faking off a defender. They look underneath, and a reverse layup draws a foul. They got inside, and the ball will stay with Montana Tech. They'll go to the foul line as Rhett Reynolds will have an opportunity to shoot. Foul going to go against Alex Lester, number 1 on Lester, number 2 on Valley City State, and Rhett Reynolds finds his way to the line. 9 points per game for Reynolds on the season. First foul shot is on the way, and that one hard off the back end of the rim. It hasn't been a great foul shooting night, women's play or men's play. It's kind of been lackluster in that situation. The second one is also no good, and a rebound comes down with Logan Deal for Valley City State. Vikings within 2, back into the front court. Sisson, hard take to the basket, then a kick out. Caleb Larson on the right wing. He's defended now by Deacons. Larson stepping back towards the left. Comes back between the legs of the dribble, looks for an opportunity, into Deal in the post. He'll go one-on-one with Rhett Reynolds, turns, got to the basket, left it short, and the loose ball's gobbled up by Deacons for Montana Tech. Ordigger's back up front, no look pass right side. Lawrence catch and shoot 3, hits it. Camden Lawrence has got 5. Stepping back on the perimeter, very quick possession for Montana Tech. The Vikings are back down 5 by a score of 10-5. Ball top of the key, Sisson working right side. Deal, cut to the basket. Caleb Larson head fake wide open, got to the basket and scores it. Caleb Larson's first 2 points tonight. Vikings back within 9-7. They changed the bucket apparently with Lawrence from a 3 to a 2. They put 3 on the board right away. Now Deacons charging to the basket, hanging in the lane, scoring with the left hand right over the front of the rim. No one picked up Deacons. He goes to the basket and scores easily. Sisson, a transition 3, hits it the other way. And Valley City State's back within 1. It's 11-10 in favor of Montana Tech. More trapping pressure for the Vikings. Little double team, full court. They'll keep it up to about the half line, then relax and try to settle back in the half court defense. We'll see Hayden Dickens curling back to the top of the key, playing back off for Pepper. Pepper will give it away on the right side. Found Braden Cook back down to the baseline. A back to the basket for Carson Pepper, and a whistle travel coming up against Pepper. And we'll see a host of changes. The Vikings are going to sub 5, and that's going to bring us to a stoppage here. Immediate timeout with 14:53 left opening half. 11-10, Ordiggers by 1 on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. We have a media timeout. Back with more Viking and Ordigger basketball next.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. To get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
Vikings down 1 to the Ordiggers. It's 11-10. Montana Tech on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Welcome back to Viking basketball, the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse here tonight. Vikings with the basketball. A fresh 5 faces have come on the floor. Nick Carlson in the post for the Vikings, trying to back his way on. Out to Taylor Brant Fry, who will knock down a 3. Taylor Bryant Fry, 6'3 junior out of Stockton, California, with his first scoring tonight, taking from Nick Carlson. Carlson, a 6'5 senior from West Fargo, North Dakota. Montana Tech counters with Josh Coulangs, a 6'1 sophomore from Trenton, New Jersey. They get inside, and Deacons will score right in front of the rim. That'll tie the game at 13 apiece between the Vikings and Ordiggers. Nez Chahade, a 6'3 junior from Springs, Florida, makes his appearance on the floor for the first time for the Vikings, as does Dalen Johnson, 6'7 freshman from Hobart, Indiana. Johnson taking a look. Carlson will also see Caden Grindy for the first time tonight, a 6'4 senior from Spring Grove, Minnesota. 3 on the right side of the floor for Jalen Johnson is good. Johnson steps into a three-point shot, and the Vikings take a 16-13 lead with 13:45 to play in the opening half. Hayden Deacons from Montana Tech driving in 4-on-4, kicks to the right side of the floor. A deke on a three that time by Pepper. They'll kick to the top of the key, and a three comes up a little strong for the Ordigers. That's one of the new players that's in the game, Josh Kulangs, and now we'll see a whistle. And it looks like a timeout, or do we have, nope. I don't know if we have a bench warning or if we have an issue at the table. Ryan Montgomery has walked all the way down to the end of the bench. I'm not sure there's been a bench warning that was issued or just something out of sorts on the floor. Kulangs with the basketball, looking left side. Deacons. Deacons will drive, basket, reverse layup, missed it, rebound, carried back in. That will be Ethan Venema, who came in during the media break. A 6'8" junior from Manhattan, Montana. He scores his first two, and the lead is 1 for the Vikings at 16-15, 7 minutes into the opening half. Nick Carlson working his way back left with an elongated dribble. Jalen Johnson, spin move, lost the basketball. Deacons has got it. He's got a head of steam up the floor. Grindy comes over to cut him off, and a block shot on the other end. Getting back, Jalen Johnson to knock it away. So Johnson knocks that one loose, and the ball will stay with Montana Tech in the front court. Josh Kulangs will step across the baseline and inbound for the Ordigers. Kulangs taking a look. A little bit of a hesitation. Finally got it in left side for Ethan Venema. Venema trying to back down Grindy. Spins to his left hand. Tries to score with his right. Missed it. And the rebound taken away by Nez Chahadi for the Vikings on a loose basketball. Chahadi driving into the lane. Stops on the foul line. Kicks top of the key. Was able to find Nick Carlson. Carlson bobbing his way into the lane. Backing in and then lost the basketball. Too much dribbling. Picked by Carson Pepper. 3-on-2 the other way for Montana Tech. Pepper to the basket. Missing strong. Looking for his own miss. Got it back over his head. Turns his way back to the basket. Then plays it back out on top for Kulangs. And Montana Tech will go back to work. Left side of the floor, Williams will pull up from 12 feet and score in the lane. Asher Williams checking into the media break as well. 6'6" freshman from Bonners Ferry, Idaho, and gives the Ordigers the lead back at 17-16, Montana Tech. 12 minutes to play, opening half on the LaRue Locker Financial scoreboard. Drive on the right side of the floor for Nez Chahadi. Follow-away jump shot missed short. And the rebound out to Hayden Deacons for Montana Tech. He'll play it away to Pepper. Pepper a stop, got loose down low. Williams to the basket, fouled, and he hit his head hard. He was contested underneath by Jalen Johnson. Johnson will be called for the foul. And it looks like Asher Williams is going to be okay. I'm not sure if everybody else saw what I saw. Asher Williams hit the back of his head hard as he came down on the floor. And they're talking with him right now to see if he's okay. Looks like he is. He wants to stay in the game. So Williams will go to the foul line for Montana Tech. First foul shot's good. Williams with 3. And line changes again for the Vikings. Next shift for the starters. Sisson, Larson, Lester, Nelson, Deal all come back into the matchup. Montana Tech will make some counters. We'll see Camden Lawrence back into the matchup. And we'll see the entry of a 42 who is on our hearts, but he's not in our minds, not on our roster. It looks like Marley Gonzalez has changed numbers from number 25 to number 42. So Marley Gonzalez checks in. Second foul shot is good as well for Alex Williams. Gonzalez, 6'8" junior from Escondido, California, in for his first minutes tonight. 19-16, the Ordigers lead by 3. Sisson, right corner to Lester, and a foul coming up. They're going to get Gonzalez. Gonzalez on the back of Logan Deal, trying to find his way into the baseline. And the ball will stay with Valley City State in the front court. Been a little herky-jerky. The tempo has been hard to find in this one. Couple of moments of it tonight, but not a lot. J.R. Sisson set to play it in. Sisson right side, able to find its way to Caleb Larson. Larson looking in at Deal, posting up hard inside against Gonzalez. But Larson will take the dribble back out to the top of the key. Deal works inside. They'll play it back to Sisson on the top of the key. Sisson driving, shot clock winding away, and a turnover. Loose ball picked up and then thrown away by Camden Lawrence. It's run down, however. Asher Williams got to it. Then Sisson came over to take it back on the sideline, ended up stepping out of bounds. Loose ball will be run down by Josh Kulangs, and we'll see Montana Tech inbound on the near sideline. Connor Mashad will check in for Montana Tech. 6'7" sophomore from Missoula. Montana, so they play deep into their bench tonight. 19-16 Diggers. Ball on the top of the key, Coulangs off to the top, able to find its way to Camden Lawrence. They go to Gonzalez in the post, one-on-one with Deal, isolate for him. Gonzalez stopping in the lane, kicking, a little back cut, and a blow back to the top of the key. Asher Williams for three. Fills, won't fall, and the rebound to Caleb Larson for Valley City State. Vikings up the floor with a three-point deficit. Larson between the legs, dribble stepping back, finding J.R. Sisson between the rings. Sisson working off towards the right side. Lawrence comes out to get him. Back to Larson, driving right. Deal set a screen, double team, back to Deal. He'll go to the basket, missed it, and the rebound's knocked out of bounds by the Diggers. Good execution by the Vikings on the right side. They got the look they were looking for. Little double team that formed down low, and that opened Logan Deal cutting to the basket. Deal couldn't finish. Sisson will inbound, and now we've got an offensive foul. Joel Nelson may have committed an illegal screen. Looked like he came over and picked Lawrence. Nelson's first. That'll be team foul number 4 against the Vikings. Nearly halfway through the opening half. 10 minutes, 35 seconds to play of the first. The Vikings trailing 19-16 to the Diggers of Montana Tech on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Coulangs up the floor, looking at Asher Williams, left side for Montana Tech. Flashing high, Connor Machad. He'll go back to Coulangs. Into Marley Gonzalez on the right post. Gonzalez getting a step on Deal. Turning back to the basket, hits a fadeaway hook, missed it, wanted a foul. Alex Lester comes down with the rebound for the Vikings. And Valley City State's back up the floor. Caleb Larson, ball fake on a deep three, drives his way in the lane. Had the ball picked loose, takes an extra step, goes to the basket, scoop layup, missed. Rebound collapsed upon, it goes loose to the near side. Lawrence got it, outlets to Coulangs, who's open to the basket. Coulangs goes to the basket and scores off a bump from Joel Nelson, and Coulangs makes it a 21-16 Montana Tech lead. Sisson quickly back into the front court, defended by Coulangs. A stop, work left side, they found Joel Nelson. Nelson taking a look for the Vikings, works his way in, backs in, goes back to Lester, cutting down from the top of the key, off the glass a little high, but Lester is on his way to the foul line. And the foul will go against Connor Rashad. That'll be his first. And that's going to bring us to a media stoppage with 9:35 to play here in the opening half. Diggers lead 21-16. The Vikings going to the foul line when we come back after a media timeout here at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. 21-16 Diggers. We're back with more in a couple of moments.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on 3 major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
Media stoppage here tonight at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. Valley City State trailing Montana Tech 21-16 on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Hayden Deacons with 6 to lead the way for Montana Tech. Numbers at the timeout. Lawrence has 5 for Montana Tech and 4 for Asher Williams. Alex Lester is at the foul line for Valley City State. His first is no good. For Valley City State, no one with more than a single field goal. Logan Deal, Taylor Bryant Fry, and J.R. Sisson, and also Jalen Johnson, all with 3. Lester's second foul shot is good. Alex Lester, a freshman out of Akeley, Minnesota. Lead cut to 4 at 21-17. Diggers with new personnel coming in. Owen Long will come into the front court. Long plays it back to the right side. Harold Deacons making his way back into the game now for Montana Tech. Deacon slings it across the floor, and it's taken away by Logan Deal. Deal will come up with J.R. Sisson. Montana Tech did a good job of getting back defensively and preventing the transition basket. Lester, a spin move, got to the basket, missed, got his own rebound, sends it out to Caleb Larson. Wide open 3, stick it. Caleb Larson from the top of the key has 5. Vikings back within 1 at 21-20. Inbounds pass to Braden Cook, who started the matchup for Montana Tech. Deacons taking the basketball from the right side and Owen Long. Near side of the floor, Pepper stepping his way in. Back to Long on the right. Now back to the right side. A jumper for Cook off the baseline. He's good for a 2. Braden Cook on the mid-range jump shot, lining things up on the baseline. Deal got inside position, wheels it away. 3 from Fry is good. Taylor Bryant Fry hits from the three-point line for the second time tonight. And the Vikings tie the game at 23 apiece on Montana Tech. Ball right side of the floor, Deacons clearing out against the trapping pressure. A drive up the floor by Braden Cook. His jump shot's missed. Rebound putback trickles in and one. It's taken by Rhett Reynolds back to the basket. And Reynolds will be fouled from behind by Alex Lester. Lester will pick up number 2. And Joel Nelson, who was on the bench for Valley City State, will come back into the matchup to take up that spot for Lester on the inside. You know, Alex Lester, for those of you that are Vikings fans from years gone by, he bears a striking resemblance to a post player that we had here by the name of Zach Wolf years ago. Bonus foul shot won't fall, and Logan Deal comes down with a rebound. I mean, same hair, same body type. Here's a 3 by Fry from deep. That trickles off and won't go in transition. And Montana Tech comes away with a loose ball rebound in the form of Braden Cook. 25-23, the Vikings trail the Orediggers by 2. Ball right side of the floor with Pepper for Montana Tech. Ball fakes on a 3 twice, then lost the ball out of bounds as Bryant Fry beat him up on the baseline. And we'll see Pepper stepping beyond the baseline to play it back in for Montana Tech. Pepper standing, I should say Pepper rather, taking a look towards the right side, curling out in front, Braden Cook. Cook a stop, got a screen from Pepper, steps back, rotates it back to Lawrence on the top of the key. Between the legs dribble, shot clock at 10 seconds. Ball's on the top and a 3 by Pepper off the front iron. The rebound to Bryant Fry for Valley City State. Vikings down 2, 25-23 to Montana Tech. They're back in the front court. Caleb Larson, a jab step to the right. Looks into the baseline, found Logan Deal. Deal trying to back down his defender, Pepper. 2 turns, comes up, falls away, and misses the shot. It nibbles off the front. The rebound taken up by Lawrence in the backcourt for Montana Tech. More trapping pressure by the Vikings. Deacons dribbles through it, then gets through another double team and scores the scoop layup. He's got his 8th point tonight. 27-23. Valley City State now down by 4 to Montana Tech. Sisson all the way to the basket, stripped from behind, and it's off of Sisson and out of bounds. They'll say Cook got his hands on it and nothing more, no foul. And then Sisson, after being stripped, ends up propelling the ball out of bounds of the knee. And he'll be replaced by Nez Chahade, who's back in for Valley City State. But the Vikings down 4 at 27-23 with 7:05 to play in the opening half. Ball opens up, Lawrence in the middle of the floor beating the trapping pressure, but Tech wants to settle in and run offense. Deacons will take it after rejoining the team up in the front court. He'll stop left corner, works back towards the top of the key. A look inside by Pepper, back to Deacons on the left wing. Bounces one back into the high post. It's taken there by Rhett Reynolds, back out on top, and a 3 on the way for Braden Cook is good. Cook hits a 3 from the top of the key, and the Orediggers lead by 7 at 30-23. Chahade on the top of the key for Valley City State. Logan Deal taking a look inside. Ball back to Chahade on the left wing. He's hit by double team ball pressure on the beginning of a switch. Now the switch is complete. Braden Cook stays with him, and an offensive foul coming up. They may get Chahade on an illegal screen. Let's see if they do. And it will be Nez Chahade that will pick up his first personal foul. Number 5 now on the Vikings. They have one more to give. Well, actually, they have them for 6. And they do. My apologies. I've got 6 in my book as well. So the penalty for the final 6:21 of the opening half for Montana Tech. We'll see if they can use it. Deacons will get a screen from Reynolds. Stops off on the right side with a dribble. Looks back top of the key. Nothing doing there. Back to Lawrence in the right corner. Lawrence is stripped on the way in, but Deacons got it. Goes to the basket and scores. Hayden Deacons with 10. Never looks like he's out of place. Had a body between him and the basket the entire time, but really solid body control all the way in and scores the bucket, and it's 32-23. The Diggers on a 9-0 run. Ball top of the key with Jalen Johnson. Jab step by Caleb Larson, through a double team, hard take to the window, and it banks around and off. Rebound to Deacons, quick outlet pass. It's going to be too quick and too strong for Braden Cook. They stretch the floor, it's over Cook's head and out of bounds, and back to the Vikings. 5:39 left to go in the opening half. Still 32-23 Diggers on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Ball top of the key, Chahade looking at Jalen Johnson. Johnson takes a look around, stepping towards the left. Bryant Fry goes through. Johnson holds the basketball. Steps back, crossover dribble, got himself in the lane. A turn back, top of the key. Bryant Fry taking his dribble towards the right. Now pulls the trigger from mid-range and missed everything. Rebound is spiked out of bounds off of Joel Nelson. And this will be Montana Tech basketball. Chance for the Orediggers to go up by double figures. The Vikings made a hard charge to take a brief lead in the middle portion of the first half. But no closer now, and now Connor Mashad will return for Montana Tech. Inbounds pass to Braden Cook, back to Deacons. He'll bounce one through the middle. Lawrence on the top of the key. Looking back left side to Mashad, to Lawrence again. And now back top of the key for Braden Cook. Good ball movement here by Montana Tech. 5 touches of the ball in the first 10 seconds of the shot clock. Ball left side of the floor. Mashad taking his way in. Baby hook, good. Connor Mashad attacks the lane. He becomes the 9th Oredigger to score tonight, and the lead is 11. It's an 11-0 run for the Diggers to go up 34-23. Ball top of the key, Nelson bluffing on a cut in the baseline. Nelson goes hard to the rack. They're going to wave off the shot for Nelson, which did go in. There will be a foul on the floor against Montana Tech. Connor Mashad's going to pick up the foul. Mashad will have his second, and that'll bring us to a media stoppage with the Diggers leading by 11 on an 11-0 run. 34-23 Montana Tech over Valley City State. We have a media timeout. We're back with more basketball next here on KBOW in Butte and on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula. 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit ProEyeCareCenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
Experience the thrill, feel the passion, and join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Lang hard to the basket with a 2-hand block. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Olin can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy. Welcome back to Viking basketball on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. And Orediggers basketball on KBOW in Butte, Montana. 34-23, the Vikings down 11. An 11-0 run by Montana Tech to put themselves up by this 34-23 margin out of the media stoppage. The Vikings with the basketball, Nez Shahade working his way in. Caden Grindy back to Jalen Johnson, who bluffs on a 3, drives the basket, and picks up a foul. And Hayden Deacons is likely going to be the guilty party. So a foul on Deacons that will put number 4, Jalen Johnson, on the foul line for Valley City State. And Johnson's first is good. Johnson with 4, hit a 3 earlier in the matchup. And that breaks up an 11-0 run for Montana Tech. Vikings back within 10 at 34-24. Second foul shot looks a little short, but nibbles in over the front of the rim. 34-25, the Vikings back within 9. And all-out full-court pressure here. The Vikings will trap all the way up the floor. Deacons into the trap. Johnson got a takeaway and then lost the basketball. He had it. He had exactly what he was looking for in that situation and just ended up losing the basketball in that situation. And the Vikings will give it back to Montana Tech, and now the Orediggers have to call for timeout. So the Orediggers will call for a 30-second timeout, and we will do the same. We'll come back with more after a 30-second stoppage. This is Viking and Oredigger basketball.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Timeout taken by Montana Tech as they were trapped along the far sideline trying to get the basketball inbounds. Valley City State currently trailing by 9 at 34-25 to Montana Tech. Welcome back to Viking basketball on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel, and also Orediggers basketball tonight on KBOW in Butte, Montana. And the Vikings right now trying to hold on, stay within striking distance against a team that has not yet been beaten and ranked 6th in the nation. Montana Tech coming into the matchup tonight. With the basketball right side of the floor, Connor Mashad for Montana Tech. They got inside. Mashad will kick it in, and Mashad will get it back and score. Connor Mashad has got 4 on the night. Vikings back down 11, and now we've got a whistle away from the basketball. Apparently Jalen Johnson being held up by something extracurricular on the inside, and Ethan Venema will be called for his first personal foul. So Venema picks up a personal foul, and the ball will stay with Valley City State. In the front court, Nez Jihadi set the inbound. Larson has it left side of the floor for the Vikings out of the corner. Works his way back towards the top of the key. Found Jihadi. Behind the back dribble for Jihadi, working back left. He drives to the basket, goes for the little scoop, and has it knocked out of bounds. It'll stay Viking basketball. Logan Deal will come back into the game. Again, a game that has lacked for Temple. I mean, really has just kind of starved for Temple. But what stands out, Montana Tech again shooting 60% from the field tonight, 15 of 25, and the Viking defensive woes kind of continuing here. They haven't been able to match it with the same offensive intensity they've had the last couple of nights either, and that's why there's distance on the scoreboard right now. Caleb Larson with the shot clock winding down. Crossover dribble back to his right hand, looking for an alley. He's just going to run out of time. Puts up a bump and got a shot away at the horn that missed. Logan Deal got it back. His putback is blocked. Larson comes back with a loose basketball for the Vikings. Taylor Brian Fry stepping in. Got it to Caden Grindy on the right elbow. Grindy double pivoting, trying to get a defender to lean. Comes into Deal on the right block. Deal turning his way back to the basket. His shot got blocked, and the loose ball to Hayden Deakins from Montana Tech. 3 minutes to go in the opening half. Ball out to the right side for Josh Coulangs. Coulangs will step up front, taking a look towards the right, but maintains the dribble. Comes back to the near wing for Asher Williams on the left. Williams going down baseline. Mashad trying to back his way in. Back to Coulangs. A drive to the left elbow. Off to Williams. Ball faking right. Spins his way in the lane. Got to the baseline. Hard bank shot that's strong. Rebound to Logan Deal for Valley City State. Jihadi up the floor. Wide open. Brian Fry. Transition three. Drains it. Taylor Bryant Fry knocks down a three-point shot. Lean trimmed to 8 at 36-28. Coulangs off to the right side of the floor for Hayden Deakins, and back to Coulangs. Coulangs a stop, looks up the floor, found Mashad. Back to Coulangs, looking for a screen to work with. Got that screen from Ethan Venema, but stops his dribble on the top of the key, reverses to Asher Williams on the left wing. Williams stepping back with the dribble. Shot clock at 10 seconds and counting. Ball left side, Deakins. Driving against Jihadi, left the shot short, battles for his own miss, it's out of bounds. Waiting for clarification, and Montana Tech is going to keep the basketball, and they'll get a fresh 20 to work with. 1:57 to go, and wholesale changes again for Montana Tech. It seems like everybody has been making line changes in this one tonight. Lawrence is back in. Cook is back in. Deakins the only one that will stay on the floor. Pepper comes in after a long absence. The ball comes into Deakins in the right post. He'll pick it up on the elbow. Drives against Larson to the basket. Left-hand score. Hayden Deakins with 12 points tonight, and he's made a lot of them look easy. The lead is 10 for Montana Tech at 38-28. Sisson stepping off top of the key, finding Logan Deal for the Vikings. Deal taking a look in. Larson coming back, shuffling towards the top of the key. Set a screen. Sisson for three. Missed it all. Sisson with 1 3-point shot to go down tonight. Averaging 19.3 points per game, and has not been able to find the right range as of yet. And Montana Tech can open up the lead, leading right now by 10 with 90 seconds to go. Deakins sending this back to Braden Cook up into the front court. Back to Deakins, had a step, but Taylor Bryant Fry got back to cut him off. Deakins will step back out by the circle. Shot clock at 15 seconds, game clock 1:17. Stop by Deakins, will turn it back towards the top, able to find Rhett Reynolds. Reynolds will hand it back to the top of the key, and a pickup for three by Lawrence that comes up empty. Rimmed around, wouldn't fall, and the Vikings the rebound with Logan Deal. Sisson back up front. Bounce pass into Grindy, who had the baseline momentarily. Turns, goes back to a hook shot and a travel coming up against Grindy. Caden Grindy not happy with it. But the ball will go back to Montana Tech with 58.6 seconds left to go in the opening half. Bounce pass comes into Braden Cook on the right side. On the inbounds play, Deacons outruns half the defense, drives to the lane, pulls up from 6 to the left hand and missed it. And this time Caleb Larson goes up to take the basketball on the rebound. Outlet pass comes into the right side for Grindy. Now top of the key for Bryant Fry. Bryant Fry a stop. Caleb Larson left side. Dribbles back towards his right, got into the lane, back to the basket on the foul line, trying to draw the defense of Carson Pepper. Pepper will come out to meet him now on the top of the key. Ball back to J.R. Sisson with a shot clock at 10 seconds. Sisson found a lane to drive through, got to the basket, but again, missed. And the ball comes back out. Great transition pass to Cook. He'll go to the basket and score for Montana Tech. Great pass from Lawrence to Cook to open up the transition game. And the Oredigers are up by 12 with 10 seconds left to go in the first half of play. Larson back up front with 6 to play. A double team after a switch. Sisson on the baseline. A bank shot misses, and the Vikings are down a dozen going into the locker room. Montana Tech steady on the offensive side. The Viking defense unable to really stand up to what Montana Tech brings in, slows them down a little bit, but the Viking offense is the story. J.R. Sisson just 1 bucket. The Vikings have a tough shooting night in the first half of play, and they're down a dozen at the end of the opening half of play. Your score at the end of 1 is Montana Tech 40 and Valley City State University 28. We'll come back with our halftime report, which is brought to you tonight by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good at Rambo. And those halftime numbers, summary, it's on the way next. This is Viking basketball on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and on newsdakota.com. And Oredigger basketball on KBOW in Butte, Montana. We're back with more in a couple of moments. Do stay with us as our halftime report is next.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking basketball tonight on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and newsdakota.com, and our coverage of Orediggers basketball tonight on KBOW in Butte, Montana. Tonight, Montana Tech has built up a 12-point halftime lead over Valley City State by a score of 40-28. Our halftime report is brought to you tonight by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good at Rambo. They are your home at Rambo for all of your promotional products and your promotional apparel. So whether you're looking for an item to take to a trade show or apparel for your work team or your sports team, When it's time to put your logo to work, it's time for Rambo. Rambo, we're in the business of making you look good. Contact Matt Carlgard, a former Viking and a Viking alum. Rambo, we're in the business of making you look good. Valley City State leading by a 12, or rather trailing by a 12-point margin by a score of 40-28. And the numbers that we have out of the halftime situation in this one tonight, well, just a situation where the Vikings do not put up a really tough defensive front, if you will, against Montana Tech. And it just kind of comes down to this. When you're the opposition and you go on the road, you just simply shouldn't shoot 54.8% from the field in somebody else's barn. It's just, usually that doesn't happen. And Montana Tech came out and shot 17 of 31 from the field in that first half. And, 17 of 31, they only took 7 threes. So they made 2 of 7 from the three-point line. That means that, you're 15 of 24 from the field elsewhere. You're getting a lot of opportunities on high percentage shots. Obviously, you're hitting those, and 54.8% shooting. It's just an anomaly that the Vikings can't afford to give up. If you're going to do that, you've got to score a bunch, and the Vikings struggled in that regard. They were 7 of 10 from the three-point line, but only 9 of 27 in the first half overall. That's right. They've got 9 field goals, and 7 of them are from three-point range. The Vikings shoot 33% from the field, but 70% from the three-point line. I mean, these are video game type numbers, right? 54.8% from the field, 70% for the Vikings from the three-point line, but 54.8% from the field for Montana Tech. That kind of stuff just doesn't happen very often, and it did in that half. Montana Tech 15-12 in the rebounding category, 4-2 offensive glass. Nobody exactly superior in that situation as far as turnovers were concerned. Montana Tech did a very nice job of taking care of the basketball, turned it over only 4 times. The Vikings committed 8 giveaways in the first half of play. Individual numbers, Tech is led by Hayden Deacons with 12 points to far and away lead the way. Braden Cook knocks down 7 in the opening half tonight, and we'll see Camden Lawrence with 5 in the first half of play. Now, what's interesting is they've got him for 5 in the stat book. They just revised the live stats to 38 points. I think they're going through something. Lawrence has now been had his total deducted to 4. And so we had 5 for Lawrence in the live stats, but again, the score changed after Lawrence hit what we thought was a 3. Then it looked like downgraded to a 2-point shot, and so the numbers may not be exactly complete yet. Asher Williams has 4 points tonight to continue the scoring. Connor Rashad, he comes up with 4 tonight as well for Montana Tech in the first half. Carson Pepper has 3 this evening, and 2 apiece for Josh Kulangs, and also 2 for Ethan Venema so far tonight for Montana Tech. For Valley City State this evening, as far as the first half numbers were concerned, 9 points for Taylor Bryant Fry coming in off the bench and splashing 3 threes. Caleb Larson with 5, Jalen Johnson with 5. Johnson off the bench tonight as well. J.R. Sisson with just 3, Logan Deal with 3, Joel Nelson with 2, Alex Lester with 1. A little bit of foul trouble. Lester got caught with a couple of early fouls. That might have turned around what the Vikings wanted to do offensively. And right now it's 40-28 in favor of Montana Tech. And that's your halftime summary. And it's brought to you tonight by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good at Rambo. We've got more Viking basketball on the way. In a couple of moments, we invite you to stay with us as we'll continue with our halftime presentation tonight from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. Those of you that have been watching Missouri Valley football today, we'll run down some of the scores there as we're getting ready to move on to the postseason in that. So if you've been keeping up with some of those scores today, we've got that covered for you coming up next as we continue with our halftime presentation. Stay with us. We've got more on the way in a moment. This is Viking basketball on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel at newsdakota.com and our coverage of Ordigger basketball on KBOW in Butte, Montana. And it continues in just a couple of moments.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA, SIPC.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. To get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking basketball on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel, newsdakota.com, and also to Ordigger basketball tonight on KBOW in Butte, Montana, where the Vikings are trailing Montana Tech by a score of 40-28. They made a few changes to the numbers that were on live stats, and they seem to have corrected a few things as far as those numbers are concerned. They've got what we have now, so hopefully that equalizes things. 40-28, the Ordiggers on top by a dozen. For those of you that are checking things out, Rambo bringing you our halftime report tonight. Halftime report brought to you by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good. Scores today in college football. We'll take care of both Missouri Valley and Big Sky, since we've got audiences for both today. In the Missouri Valley Conference, probably no big surprises today. We did see North Dakota State just roll up St. Thomas 62-7, the final score. Youngstown State defeats Northern Iowa 35-32. That was closer than it probably was supposed to be. And then, maybe a surprise, North Dakota came out smoking at home today at the Alara Center in Grand Forks. Had a 14-0 lead at the end of a quarter and led 17-7 at the end of the half, but they lose in overtime today to South Dakota State 34-31. Murray State 31-17 winners over Indiana State, and right now that one is now gone final. Southern Illinois defeated Illinois State today by a score of 37-7. See if we can find some Big Sky numbers for you here today as well and run you around the scores there. Today, Montana State with a 31-28 win over Montana. So Montana State gets the win in that one. Northern Colorado defeated Portland State today, 24-13. Weber over Northern Arizona, 48-28. Idaho State over Idaho, 37-16. UC Davis stopped Sacramento State, 31-27. And Cal Poly with a 43-34 win over Eastern Washington in basketball today. As far as our conference is concerned today, let's see if we can find some women's basketball scores to complete the slate. Earlier today, the Viking women, they are able to defeat Montana Tech in women's basketball by a score of 61-58. And we'll see very quickly if we can get to some schedules before we take our final break of the halftime report here for men's basketball. Finals coming in today. Rocky Mountain defeats Dickinson 77-56. Montana Western 81-60 over Mayville State, and Dakota State defeated MSU Northern 79-61, the final score in that matchup today. And Carroll held on to beat Bismarck State 66-63 in Bismarck today. That would complete the women's round of scores that we had today. We'll take a look at some men's scores in progress coming up. Let's take a break, and we'll come back with the second half of basketball in a couple of moments. The Vikings and the Ordiggers with Montana Tech leading 40-28. Second half is on the way next.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on three major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? Three great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula, three of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit proeyecarecenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
Experience the thrill, feel the passion, and join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Olang hard to the basket with a two-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Holland can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy. We get ready for second half basketball to begin here tonight between the Vikings and Montana Tech. Valley City State trailing 40-28 at the hands of the Orediggers here tonight. J.R. Sisson will take the basketball to start the second half for Valley City State. We'll get you some men's scores of the other games inside our conference in progress here tonight, so stay with us. Logan Deal, Alex Lester, whose minutes were limited in the first half due to foul trouble. Back on the floor, back to Joel Nelson, going to the basket, hook shot good. Joel Nelson knocking down another bucket. Joel Nelson's got a bright future. We're happy to have him here in Valley City. Grant Nelson, I believe, is the older brother. You might remember him from Alabama fame, right? Grant Nelson. And we'll have his younger brother here at Valley City State, and we're hoping for some big-time moments from him throughout the course of his career here at Valley City State. Braden Cook from Montana Tech. Deacons getting inside and scoring again. 14 for Hayden Deacons. The Vikings have had no answer for him when he's gone to the basket tonight. Lester inside for the Vikings. A turn, pulls up hard off the glass and scores. He'll get the bucket for his first field goal tonight. Scoring right over the top of Carson Pepper. More trapping pressure from the Vikings. It's beaten. Cook up the floor. They wrap it around into the basket. A miss on a reverse layup taken by Pepper. That was after he looked like he was going to go in for a dunk, and the Vikings cut off his angle to the basket. Vikings down 10 and back up front with the basketball. Deal off to the right side for Caleb Larson. Sneaking to the right, pulls up on a mid-range jump shot, missed it short. Rebound underneath, pulled away by Pepper. He looks up the floor, found a tough pass to Cook, and then Cook tried to come out near side to Lawrence, and it's taken away by Caleb Larson. The Vikings transition. Nelson a stop. Back to Larson. Head fake on a three. Into Lester, the turn. The hook shot missed. Deal and board. Put back blocked. Ball goes back to the near side, and Lawrence runs it down on a loose ball rebound from Montana Tech. Orediggers continue to lead 42-32. 10-point edge for Montana Tech on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. 18:05 to play in the second half of basketball. Hard take to the basket, pull up by Lawrence right in front of the rim, missed it. The rebound's out of bounds, and this will head back to the Vikings. Boy, I'll tell you what, with this Viking team, you see some things when they're on the defensive end that are odd to see. Players that, right there in front of the rim, just a few feet away, still defended player to player, but an opportunity to get to the basket. And I'm sure that's a work in progress. A team defensive concept always seems to come a little bit later than a team offensive concept. Nelson stepping his way in the lane, spins to his right hand. Pretty approach to the basket, missed, but Logan Deal cleans it up and sticks it back. Deal now with 5. The Vikings close the gap to 8 at 42-34, and a foul against J.R. Sisson on the back of Deacons coming up the floor. Ball will stay with Montana Tech. They're trying to get the shot clock reset. It reset to 20. Now they've got it to 30. And Deacons will inbound the basketball. Comes back into Braden Cook for Montana Tech. Back to Deacons. He goes looking for Lawrence, but holds the basketball in the middle of the floor. Still looking at a double team trap as he got to the half line. Ball comes back out near side. And a look down below. They were able to get down low for the two-hand slam for Rhett Reynolds. Reynolds just dribble driving his way down the baseline with one hard dribble. Took a left-hand shuffle step and then went up with two hands and put it over the top. And the Diggers have a 10-point lead at 44-34. Lester back out top of the key for Logan Deal. A look towards the right side. Sisson taking his way to the baseline. Fall away baseline jumper good for Sisson. Just his second field goal tonight, averaging 19.3 per game. The Vikings need a lot of him going forward. Diggers back up the floor, their lead challenged to 8. Right side Pepper, ball fake and a 3, steps in, kicks out. 3-point shot by Cook is good. Braden Cook from the right wing sticks a 3. Lead to 11 now for Montana Tech at 47-36. Sisson up the floor, looking left side, found Logan Deal, a handoff to Sisson, flowing left to the corner. He'll find Joel Nelson stepping off a screen, back to the foul line. Nelson stepping in, bodying up with Deacons, and Deacons will be called for his second foul. Ball will stay with the Vikings in the front court. Inbounds pass will come in on the left side of the floor from J.R. Sisson for Valley City State. Larson curls to the right corner, came open for 3. He's caught by Deacons before he can get rid of the shot. Sisson back out to the right side, hit by double team pressure, steps back to the circle, crosses, dribble left hand, jump stops his way in, and a foul that's going to kind of bail him out. Sisson was coming to a jump stop with his heels way out in front of him. He was going to hit the deck, but a foul's going to be called against Camden Lawrence. It'll be his first, and that'll keep a possession with Valley City State. They're going to come out and mop down the floor as a result. They only reset the clock here to 20 seconds. Inbounds play will come in from Sisson. Sisson taking a look, holding, looking, pressure's on against him. Bounces one to Logan Deal in the left corner. Vikings to work, deep 3, Caleb Larson hits it. That was about 6 feet outside the arc on the left-hand side of the floor. Caleb Larson has 8, and the lead is cut to 8 at 47-39. 16:01 to play in the second half of basketball on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Vikings trying to hang around. Deacons on the near side of the floor. They're looking for some defense. The Vikings find a few stops. They can turn away Montana Tech back to back. They've got a chance here, but they've got to find some stopping power. Cook, a look to the left side, finding Pepper into the baseline. Looking to make his move is Rhett Reynolds. Reynolds hard take, driving in on Deal, pivoting 2 and 3 times. Deal blocked the shot. The loose ball comes down with Pepper. He goes to the basket and scores. Carson Pepper with 5. 49-39, lead back to 10 for Montana Tech. Lester spinning his way in, a stop, a kick out. Deal had a look at a 3 but pulled it back. Sisson on the top of the key, working right side. Crossover dribble left hand, flowing, pawing away. Tries a bank shot that's missed. Nelson frees the ball out of the hands of Aiden Deacons. And it'll be out of bounds off of Nelson, back to Montana Tech. And that's going to bring us, nope, not yet. Nick Carlson will come back in. All the Vikings are going to make their line change, fresh 5. So Brian Fry back in, Jalen Johnson back in, Grindy, Carlson all back in. And Nez Chahani will come back in as well. Deacons will inbound for Montana Tech. The Diggers did the same thing. We'll see Josh Kulangs come back in as the point guard and work his way into the front court for the Diggers. They subbed 3. Deacon stays on the floor. Pepper stays on the floor. Asher Williams left side to Deacons in the left corner. Deacons a stop, back out on top. Pepper, ball fake to draw Chahade. He'll work his way towards the right side of the floor. Comes back to his left hand. Chahade disrupted that. Pepper goes back to get it, reinitiates the dribble, then takes a fall away 3 and it rolls off the front of the rim. Chahade comes up with a rebound. Vikings down 10, 49-39. Media stoppage next. Dead as Chahade comes to a stop with his back to the basket on the foul line. Grindy working his way down the baseline against Kulangs and a foul. Kulangs, I believe, is going to get the ticket, and the Vikings and Montana Tech will get a media timeout with 14:34 to play in the second half. It is 49-39 Diggers on the LaRue Financial scoreboard. We have a timeout for media, and more basketball continues in just a couple of moments.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
Timeout taken for media. 14:34 to play second half. Vikings down by 10 to Montana Tech, 49-39. And Valley City State will inbound the basketball. Nez Chahade set to inbound the ball. We've got a whistle on the inbounds pass. Taylor Bryant Fry held up. The foul will go to Carson Peffer. It was good to see some Viking alum in the gym tonight, just taking a look around. And we mentioned Calvin Kraft and the Kraft family having an opportunity to be in the gym tonight to present the game ball here this evening as part of 100 years of Viking athletics. Taylor Bryant Fry stepping right. A stop, look back out to the top. Chahade working right side of the floor, down the baseline, goes hard to the basket and scores. Nez Chahade attacking a double team. He scores his first 2 tonight, and the Vikings have cut the Digger lead to 8 at 49-41. Josh Kulangs hit by a double team. Turns it back to Deakins on the top of the key. Back to Kulangs on the left side. Kulangs a long look. Taylor Bryant Fry comes out to pick him up, gives him his left hand. Asher Williams jab stepping his way to the right. Out of the post, Ethan Venema will take the basketball. Couple of crossovers, spin move into the lane, a pull up on a fall away by Deakins, draws a foul. Chahade coming out to close in on Deakins on the shot, and Chahade will be called for his second personal foul. Saw Calvin's mom and dad in the gym tonight. Tim and Barb Kraft were both here. It was fun to watch Barb coach and those teams back at Central Cass. I can remember some of those District 2 tournaments at the Fargo Civic, and boy, those were fun days. If you go back to those, when some really good teams in that District 2 time. I mean, obviously things are different now in what is Class A, Class B, Class AA basketball in North Dakota, but fun to watch the connections. And Harrison Weber from the Viking men's team from a few years ago was in the gymnasium, also out of that same area, out of Castleton. Steve Strittmatter is here tonight, an Ariska player from Maple Valley, Ariska, back when that was a thing. It's Maple River now. 51-41, Diggers by 10 over the Vikings. Taylor Bryant Fry dribbling left, going hard down the baseline. A stop, ball comes back to Jalen Johnson for the Vikings. Johnson a stop, working back to the top. Bryant Fry for 3 off the front of the rim. Rebound taken over the top by Ethan Venema from Montana Tech. He'll turn it back to Hayden Deakins for the Ore Diggers. Kulangs trapped as he got across the half line, but was able to get rid of it to Carson Peffer, and back to Kulangs again. He looks left side of the floor, finding Venema. Back off the left side for Pepper. Pepper driving hard the lane, got between 2 defenders and scores. It's that quick. One quick step to the basket, and Carson Peffer comes up with a bucket. Back to the basket again, the other way. Jalen Johnson trying a running layup. Ball gets knocked loose. Johnson going back inside, pulls the trigger, ends up missing again in front of the rim. And a rebound scoop by Pepper for Montana Tech. 53-41, the lead is 12. And back up the floor, a Euro step in the lane for the Ore Diggers, and a pull-up by Venema that's missed. Rebound, Jalen Johnson. Vikings come away in transition. Bryant Fry working right side of the floor. Chahade making his way to the paint, then comes back out of the right perimeter and goes back to work. Crossover dribble right hand to Grindy, a 3 on the way. That's off, and the rebound taken by Hayden Deakins for Montana Tech. Baseball pass out to Kulangs. He looks up the floor, finding Asher Williams on the baseline. Williams with the left hand scores it. Asher Williams with 6, and the lead is 14 at 55-41. Montana Tech now putting on some distance. The Vikings have hung around, but Montana Tech threatening to start pulling away with this one at the 12-minute mark. of the second half. Chahade throws the basketball away. Trying to come back out on top. Stolen by Venema. 2-on-2 the other way. Kulangs to the basket. Altered by Grindy. Ball's loose and knocked out of bounds, and it will go back to Valley City State. You'll see here, this is the quick step that you get from Pepper just going through a double team for those of you that are back on the video side. And yes, we were able to get our replay figured out. We were able to make some, I guess you could say, well, technical difficulties go away here tonight. And a timeout has been taken, I believe, by the Vikings, and it is a full timeout. So we'll take a 1-minute stoppage and come back with more basketball next. This is Viking and Ord Digger basketball. We're back with more after this.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA, SIPC.
Timeout taken by the Vikings, full timeout. And the Vikings are into the front court, trailing by a score of 55-41 to Montana Tech. Alex Lester with the basketball for Valley City State. The Vikings have to make a move and quickly. Otherwise, trading baskets not going to get it done with Montana Tech. They can side out for the win here tonight. The Vikings have to make a move. Kulangs nearly takes one away. Nick Carlson back near side. Larson. Grindy's open for three left corner. That one short. Rebound through the hands of Niz Chahade, picked away by the Ord Diggers. Here comes Kulangs into the front court, 2-on-2. And Montana Tech goes back to work. Asher Williams, Kulangs into the post. Marley Gonzalez back into the matchup. Looks down low to Kulangs and back off to the top of the key. Hard take for Asher Williams. Scoop layup good. Asher Williams with aim. And now Williams, a takeaway, goes to the basket and ends up missing short. Vikings down 16. That would have been a real problem. The Vikings give up one on the takeaway there. Chahade cutting and a foul coming up on the floor as Chahade made his way to the baseline. And the foul's going to go against Josh Kulangs. That'll be his second personal foul. Vikings will send J.R. Sisson back into the matchup. Sisson held to 5 so far tonight by the Ord Diggers. Again, Montana Tech ranks 6th in the nation. And the Vikings trying to find a way to keep this one close, give themselves a chance down the stretch. Taylor Bryant Fry pulls up on the baseline, misses one short. Rebound picked up backcourt by Camden Lawrence from Montana Tech, off to Kulangs. And Kulangs up front with the basketball. Kulangs out by the circle, working left side of the floor. One there by Carter Mashad. Left side, Gonzalez getting inside against Lester. Misses, but a rebound putback. That also comes up short, taken by Mashad. Rebounds out of bounds off of a Viking. And Montana Tech will get it back. Logan Deal comes back into the matchup for the Vikings. And we'll see Josh Kulangs inbound from Montana Tech. Gonzalez back to Kulangs, who circles his way back out top of the key with a dribble. Left side of the floor, picked up there by Lawrence. Lawrence taking a look down low. They've got Gonzalez in the post. Hard tip, fall away, and that one missed strong. Logan Deal comes down with a rebound for Valley City State. Gonzalez had a hard time getting things going in the post tonight for Montana Tech. Good looks, hasn't been able to finish them. Larson stepping back to the top of the key. Steps away back to the circle now and finds Logan Deal on the left wing. Deal jab stepping his way back up front. We'll hand it off to Sisson. Sisson between the legs dribble, working right side. Caleb Larson, this is all kinds of deep three. Rolls off the front of the rim. Lester and Oborn to put back. The freshman from Akeley, Minnesota getting inside and cleaning up a miss from Caleb Larson. Still double team ball pressure on the inbounds pass into that jump switch for the Vikings. Gonzalez had it and then had it ripped away. Lester's away to the rack with a two-hand flush. Alex Lester just picks Gonzalez's pocket at midcourt, and Montana Tech's going to send 4 newbies into the matchup after that play. It's 57-45. The Vikings back within 12. Gonzalez muscling in. Turns it back to the top. Williams for three. Rolls off the front of the rim. Rebound Lester, and the Vikings can cut it to a 10-point game. Sisson into the front court now for Valley City State. Working left side of the floor. Hands to Bryant Fry. Fry takes a look. Baseline cut. Back out to the right side for Caleb Larson instead. Larson will hand it back to Lester. A move on Gonzalez, a stop in the high post right elbow. Shot clock at 10. It's Larson working right baseline. Drives in, picks up a double team. Follow away jump shot, good for Larson. Larson scores his 10th. The Vikings with a 6-0 mini run. They're back within 10. Asher Williams is trapped in the back court. He took one dribble, threw it up for grabs. It's loose. Lester had it. This is out of bounds. Back to the Vikings as Lester gets into a tussle at midcourt with Connor Machad, and the ball will go back to Valley City State. An immediate timeout coming up with 8:36 left to go as the Vikings are back within 10. Valley City State back within 10. It's Montana Tech 57, Valley City State 47. We have a timeout for media with 8:36 left to go, second half. Viking basketball will continue in just a couple of moments. Stay with us.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. To get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
57-47, Montana Tech leading Valley City State by 10. The Vikings were down 16 just a couple of moments ago. And the Vikings have been able to charge back to within 10 points on a game effort here against Montana Tech down the stretch, trying to force some misses against Montana Tech and get this thing going in the right direction. The Vikings down at 16 once. They can cut it under double figures here. Lester has a turnaround that's blocked. The ball goes loose on the floor and a whistle, and I'm not sure if we'll see a foul or a ball out of bounds. It'll be out of bounds off of Logan Deal. So the ball will stay with Montana Tech, or rather go to Montana Tech. A turnover by the Vikings. Now they're going to pick up Montana Tech player to player and go hard, double team across the baseline. Montana Tech able to break it, and they've gone back to their starting core. Cook's back into the front court, may have pulled the pivot foot, got away with it. Coming back to the basketball, Carson Pepper. Back to Braden Cook on the right side of the floor. Pepper setting a screen. Deacons gets the ball right side, trying to dribble his way in. Kicks it out. Lawrence for three off the front of the rim. Rebound, Logan Deal. Another chance for the Vikings to cut it down under 10 points. Sisson going hard to the basket. High bank shot over everybody, but Lester picked up the loose basketball. Bryant Fry out of the right corner. Looks inside. Deal's pressed from behind. Coming over Pepper on the defensive side. Deal backs down Pepper, then had the ball knocked loose. And this is off of Deal and out of bounds. Back to Montana Tech. 7:43 to play on the LaRue Locker Financial scoreboard. 57-47. Montana Tech leading Valley City State. Sisson knocked the ball away, but knocked it out of bounds. One thing you can tell about this Viking team, I don't know that they do a lot of scoreboard watching. They were down by 16 points, and they were in some trouble. And you haven't seen any difference in their body language from the time they were down 16 to now, although the dunk by Lester seems to have picked up their spirits a bit. Deacon stepping into the foul line. Kick out. Three on the way by Braden Cook. Good. Braden Cook taking a three from the right wing. He's got 13. Lead is 13 at 60-47. Ball left side of the floor picked up by Caleb Larson. He'll go into Lester in the post, and Lester threw it away. Ball back to the top of the key. This one's going to roll out of bounds all the way back in the far corner of the Viking backcourt. Still getting used to the change in scenery here at the field house. They flipped the sides of the gym. The benches are now on the far side of the gym. They were always on our side, and so the Vikings finish on a different basket. And, just watching the play out in the second half, this used to be the place where you wanted the Vikings to put one in the second half where the game was on the line. And now you want to see them get the stop instead. Near side, Cook off the dribble for three, missing. And a rebound to Bryant Fry, weak side for Valley City State, uncontested. Vikings down 60-47 into the front court. Cut a 16-point lead to 10, had a couple of chances to make it 8. And J.R. Sisson is forced out of bounds on a block by Braden Cook. Cook will be called for his first. And we'll see an inbounds pass coming in from J.R. Sisson with 6:50 to play. Joel Nelson will come back into the matchup. Nelson's going to come on to replace Logan Deal. That's the difference with this Viking team this year, as they've been very junior, senior heavy due to the transfer, and the transfer is always going to be a part of it, but Valley City State with some really good high-end type of freshmen, high-ceiling type of freshmen here at Valley City State. That could be a big difference. Caleb Larson driving, leaving one short in front of the rim. Rebound saved in bounds by Montana Tech. Deakins comes away with that after an aggressive play by Camden Lawrence to save the ball. Now up the floor, they get loose, and we may have basket interference here. Rhett Reynolds going to the basket for a dunk, ended up missing it. They're actually not going to lobby for the basket interference. It looked like that foul took place right with the ball on the rim, and I wasn't sure if a Viking touched it up there or not. They'll say no, and Rhett Reynolds is going to go to the foul line. It'll be the second foul tonight against Joel Nelson. Reynolds with the opener, and it rolls in. Also, the later start times on Saturday now, part of what we do. Used to be 3 and 5, but due to the extensive travel in the Frontier Conference going Friday, Saturday, they want to go with the extra hour or two of recovery time. Reynolds knocks down both ends. He's got 6. And the lead back to 15 at 62-47 again. Montana Tech closing in on taking this and kind of putting it out of range. Vikings bring their offense out high. 3 on the way by Nelson, good. Joel Nelson set a screen on the right elbow and then popped to the perimeter. Knocks down a three-point shot. Vikings back within 12. Deakins in the backcourt looking left side, found Camden Lawrence. Lawrence will stop, looking back towards the top of the key. Deakins coming over for it, takes his step down the paint, goes to the basket and draws a foul. Deakins taking a tumble as he got to the basket as well. And this foul will go against Alex Lester. Lester has number 3. And this will put Hayden Deakins on the foul line for Montana Tech. The one thing you can say is the Viking defense has found a way to get back into it. They've held Tech to 22 points over 14 minutes of the second half. First foul shot is on the way for Deakins, and it rolls off the front of the rim. Keep in mind, this team from the Ore Diggers is the 6th-ranked team in the nation right now. And this Viking team, meanwhile, you know they have a long way to go. Second foul shot for Deakins is good. You get the feeling as you watch this team from Valley City State that this is definitely not going to be the finished product that we see from them. Lots of new faces at Valley City State. A lot of people they had to replace. Sisson pulls the trigger for 3 and hits it. J.R. Sisson knocking down his 8th of the night. It's been a slow night for him. Now the Vikings force a turnover. Nelson Lane scores. Taylor Bryant Fry feeding Joel Nelson. Vikings quickly back within 8 at 63-55. And a travel at midcourt as Montana Tech got the ball to Cook. And he pulled his pivot foot against the double team. The Vikings can make this a 2-possession game with possession of the basketball in front of their own bench with 5:28 to play here in the second half. A 3 here would bring this crowd to life. Sisson up top, working right side, follow-away jump shot, rolls off the front of the rim. Rebound loose, Lester back to the basket, blocked. Another battle for a basketball, and they're going to get a foul on Alex Lester reaching in, trying to force the held ball against Rhett Reynolds. Lester's got his 4th. That'll be number 5 on Valley City State. The Diggers are already to 6. So the Vikings a foul to give. The Diggers have already surrendered the penalty to the Vikings. And a golden opportunity missed there for Valley City State. A chance to cut it to a 2-possession game. Lester will come off the floor. Logan Deal will come in to replace him. And we'll see Hayden Deakins inbound the basketball for Montana Tech as the Ore Diggers kind of on their heels now after a spurt from Valley City State. Let's turn this back into a manageable deficit. Deacons running the middle of the floor into a 4-on-2 after the trap is beaten, but Deacons wants to step back on the perimeter. He'll take a look inside, trying to find a target with Rhett Reynolds. Back to the top of the key, Pepper. Ball faking, now coming back, left side, able to find Braden Cook. They'll look offside, Deacons, and back to the reverse layup for Deacons. He scores again. Cutting underneath the basket from left to right, reverse layup. He's got 17. Vikings back down 10 at 65-55. Larson stepping away from some pressure. Couple of crossover dribbles. Looking down low, trying to find a target. Found Sisson. Sisson stepping back, handing off to Logan Deal. Back to Sisson. He'll be chased by Deacons. Sisson a stop, reversal. Nelson pulls the trigger for three. Hit it. Joel Nelson stepping into a three. The freshman from Devil's Lake has a dozen, 10 in the second half. More trapping pressure from the Vikings. Deacons got rid of it. Into a 2-on-1 and to the basket with the dunk, Rhett Reynolds. He's got 8 as the Viking pressure is beaten. And a timeout taken by Montana Tech as the lead is 9. They get the lead back, but Adam Hyatt, the head coach of Montana Tech, is frustrated coming out to confront his team. 67-58. Timeout taken. It's a media stoppage. They'll convert it to the full media. We're back with more in a moment on Viking and Ordigger basketball.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
4:18 left to go second half. The Vikings within 9 at 67-58. And the Vikings with the basketball, a 3 would make it a 2-possession game. Valley City State back up the floor with it. Ball on the right side of the floor. J.R. Sisson. Caleb Larson the top of the key. Left side, Joel Nelson spinning his way in. Looking back to the top, Larson, a ball fake and a deep 3. Couple of crossover dribbles as he's confronted by Lawrence. A stop in the left point, and we're going to see a travel coming up against Caleb Larson. Larson tried to take a step back into the lane, but instead will be called for a travel. While we get down to the finish, we'll take a look, if we can, at some of the other scores inside men's basketball in the conference in progress tonight. Ball comes back up the floor, taken by Carson Pepper. Pepper a stop back to Camden Lawrence, and out between the rings now for Braden Cook. 67-58 Ordiggers, 3:45 left to go in the second half on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Ball top of the key, poked loose momentarily from the grasp of Rhett Reynolds. He gets it back. He'll give it away to Carson Pepper. Shot clock's at 6 seconds. Pepper looking right corner, open 3, Lawrence. It's out of the front and misses off the front of the rim. We've got a foul coming up on the rebound. They're going to get Joel Nelson with an arm into the back of Rhett Reynolds. Ryan Montgomery doesn't like it. The Viking crowd doesn't like it. Montana Tech loves it, and now the officials are discussing it. And the foul's going to stand. Sometimes you get tangled up like that inside, just kind of happens. Nelson had an arm out, whether or not that was enough to negate or to warrant the foul. Obviously in the eye of the beholder, down on the floor. Inbounds pass from Montana Tech will come in front court. It will come in from Pepper underneath the basket. He's able to find his man. Deacons on the left block. Deacons a turn, fall away off the glass, missed that one. Deal had the rebound, couldn't hold it. Montana Tech gets it back. They'll withdraw for the full 20-second reset. Ball back to the top of the key for Deacons again, and he's going to step back. 9-point lead for Montana Tech at 67-58. Deacons up to the top of the key, goes inside. The turn by Pepper, double pivot, got around everybody, missed a shot, rebound deflected, and Taylor Brian Fry comes away with it for the Vikings into a 4-on-2. Brian Fry a stop, Deal inside, was fouled, making his move to the basket. He'll shoot 1-for-1 penalty. 7th team foul coming up against Montana Tech. And the Vikings will try to make it a 7-point game inside of 3 minutes to go with 2:55 left in this one. The foul against Braden Cook, his second. See if we can grab some scores in progress tonight. Carroll College leading at Bismarck State in men's play. 70-63 late second half. Montana State Northern trailing Dakota State 68-47. That's late second half down in Madison tonight. Logan Deal knocks down the front end of the foul shots for the Vikings. Cuts the lead to 8. Right now in Omaha, Bellevue leading Providence 38-31. They started later tonight. They've got a full second half still to come. In Mayville at the Louis Lee tonight, it's 59-53 Montana Western. That game halfway through the second half. They're having a low-scoring affair there as well. Deal comes up empty on the back end. It's 67-59. Montana Tech over Valley City State, 2:45 to go. And a foul coming up against Deal, trying to hold up Hayden Deacons. Deal will pick up his first of the night. Should be one more score to check on in the Frontier tonight. That's Rocky Mountain at Dickinson State. And it's 20-19, Dickinson State leading Rocky Mountain early in that matchup. Still 4:37 left to go in the first half. They're in the Mountain Time Zone tonight. First foul shot is on the way and good for Hayden Deacons. Deacons approaching a 20-point night. Been a little less productive in the second half. That will be his 20th point, I believe. Lead back to 9 for the Diggers at 68-59. Second foul shot makes it 69-59. 20 for Hayden Deacons. Lead is 10, 69-59. The Vikings down by 10. 2:40 to go in the second half. Sisson on the top of the key. Nelson out to take the basketball. He'll step to his left. Hard take in the lane. Spins back to his right. Left one short. Larson comes back for the basketball. Thought he was held up. A little frustrated the whistle didn't blow, but he's got the basketball nonetheless. Brian Fry back to Larson on top. Larson a look. Alex Lester back in the game with 4 fouls. Flashes high. Brian Fry, right corner. Hit the side of the backboard with a fall-away 3. And Deacons comes away with a rebound for Montana Tech. Down to 2:05 to go. Deacons in the backcourt looking. Comes off left side, able to find Camden Lawrence. Lawrence dribbles his way up front. Ball to the right side of the floor, taken by Braden Cook. 15 seconds to shoot. Montana Tech leading by 10, and we're under 2 minutes to go. Top of the key, ball taken by Rhett Reynolds. Reynolds will stop, turns this back off to the top for Deacons. Inside Lawrence, a fall-away hook shot, won't fall. The Vikings want an offensive goaltending call. That ball was tipped right off the heel of the rim. They're not going to blow the whistle, and Ryan Montgomery's upset and is going to be called for a technical foul. If I was Ryan Montgomery, I'd get another one, because that was just really a laissez-faire type of approach to watching the ball get tipped right off the heel of the rim and not blowing the whistle, and knowing that you should and shouldn't. And the officials embarrassed that they missed a call, then they take it out on Coach Montgomery with a technical foul. First is good for Braden Cook. You go back and watch that again, that was a pretty easy call to make. Second foul shot is on the way, and that one's good. And when you miss one like that and you decide to call a technical foul because of it, you're letting your ego get in the way of the game being officiated the right way. That was a bad call. Ryan Montgomery's still up and arguing the call in this situation. If I were him, I'd just go ahead and get the second technical. That is a ridiculous non-call. 71-59 with 1:35 to go. And the inbounds pass from the Orediggers will come in off the near sideline. Ball be handed off to the right side for Hayden Deacons. It's not going to be one of those that determines the outcome of the game, most likely. I wouldn't think it would be, but when you see that happen, you got to do something about it. Cook out on top. Sisson coming out to challenge him. Cook will take a deep 3. It rolls off the front of the rim. Another offensive rebound, but Lester rips it right out of the hands, and now we've got a whistle and a foul against Montana Tech as Lester started up the other direction. A little bit of a makeup call there. Rhett Reynolds will be called for a second. The Vikings go to the foul line with 1:12 to go. Post-game report on the way. We'll go through the final numbers in this one and send you off into another weekend. We'll be back here again on Tuesday night. For those of you that are Viking fans, Trinity Bible College will be a non-conference opponent. The last non-conference doubleheader of the season before conference play runs us out of everything. Lots of games to play. in the Frontier nowadays. 22 league games to be played, and so that means you don't have a lot in the non-conference season to do in this type of a league. Foul coming up against Taylor Bryant Fry. And that will put Montana Tech on the foul line with 50.4 seconds left. And we will see Braden Cook taking the foul shots for Montana Tech. Vikings did a better job tonight defensively in the second half. They really found a way to hunker down, force some misses, do some things that were evading them in the first half of play tonight. Montana Tech's field goal percentage down to 46.7% when you consider that they were shooting 54% from the field in the first half. The Vikings have done a really nice job there, but credit to Montana Tech as well. This is a team that has scored 80, 90, 100 points every night of the season. A 3 by Sisson, no good, and without another conversion by the Vikings down the stretch, they'll be held under 60. Their low watermark of the season was 82 points coming into the night. Deacons looking off to the left side. New to the game now is Owen Long. Correction, he had one shift earlier for Montana Tech. Long's got it back to Deacons. 15 seconds to shoot. Montana Tech just trying to run it out. Double team out in the time stripe against Montana Tech. And Deacons will put it away to the left side, and a dunk is missed underneath going down the line for Rhett Reynolds. He tried to put one away with a little bit of an exclamation point. Lester, a head fake, gets to the basket and scores. So the Vikings will make their way over 15, plus they'll get to 60 tonight. And they save a ball in bounds, and Lester at the horn misses. The Vikings continue to scramble for a rebound, and that'll be it. Your final score tonight will be Valley City State beaten by Montana Tech, 73 to 61. The Vikings will fall to 4-3. Montana Tech is 8-0. Montana Tech moves to 2-0 inside Frontier Conference play. Valley City State will fall to 0-3. We've got one timeout to take. We'll come back and wrap things up in a couple of moments. It'll be a 2-minute timeout. We'll come back and wrap things up tonight. This is Viking basketball on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel, newsdakota.com, and Diggers basketball on KBOW in Butte, Montana. We're back with the wrap-up next.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Quality education, affordable tuition, student opportunities. That's the Viking promise. Valley City State University. Discover yourself here at VCSU. Visit today.
Welcome back to Viking basketball on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and also tonight on newsdakota.com. And we welcome you back to Diggers basketball on KBOW in Butte, Montana tonight. It's a split of the doubleheader. The Viking men are beaten 73-61 by Montana Tech. That's after the Viking women defeat Montana Tech tonight by a score of 61-58. Overall, pretty good night of basketball. Montana Tech figuring to be in the top half of the league, both men's and women's play. And the Vikings trying to fight their way into the top half of that league. And if anything, we found out tonight that no matter the matchups, This is going to be a pretty solid league from top to bottom. Valley City State wasn't picked highly in either women's or men's play in the preseason polls, and yet tonight the Viking women get a win over an undefeated Diggers team. And Montana Tech comes out with a hard-fought victory tonight over Valley City State, but it wasn't easy. And so if we're going to have good games like this all throughout the course, well, I'll tell you what, the league should be full of some pretty good basketball tonight. Game summary, Montana Tech shot the lights out in the first half, over 54% from the field, but they cool off to 45.9% for the game. But the Vikings struggled offensively for the first time this season. Their low water mark had been 82 points. They get to 61 late tonight. So the Diggers found a way to clamp down with their defense. And, you know, a credit to Montana Tech to come out and say, okay, we're going to beat you with defense twice this weekend. They were successful going to Mayville and coming here and imposing their style of game on the opposition both nights. And it's hard to do, to go from one side of the conference all the way to the other and come out. This is probably the toughest road trip from distance. Well, maybe not. You got to go to Dakota State and you got to go to Bellevue. That's going to be a little bit further. But these road trips are tough to take in the Frontier, and to come out here for the Montana Tech men and say both times, we're going to beat you the same way we play and do it the same way we do it. That's a pretty impressive thing for them to do. Again, 45.9% from the field for Tech, 37.7% for the field for the Vikings tonight. As far as the three-point shots are concerned, the Vikings were 11 of 20. Montana Tech was 3 of 14 for the three-point line. If there's a place that they struggled, that was it tonight. Turnovers were kind of a non-factor. The Vikings committed 15, Montana Tech committed 12, but I'll tell you what, you're keeping it around 6, 7.5. That's probably not too bad. And yes, I did say 6-7. I even fell into my own trap on that one tonight. Individual numbers this evening. Hayden Dickens with 21 points tonight for Montana Tech to lead the way. Braden Cook with 17 this evening. Asher Williams, a nice night with 8 off the bench. Rhett Reynolds gets to 8 by the time the night comes to an end as well. And we saw 7 from Carson Pepper this evening. As far as the rebounding numbers were concerned, Dinkins, who averages 8.4 rebounds per game, comes up with 9. So 21 points, 9 boards. He was a board away from a double-double tonight to lead the way for Montana Tech. 6 rebounds for Rhett Reynolds to go with his 8 points in action tonight. For Valley City State, we had a host of individual scoring tonight. Nobody that was really big. Joel Nelson with those threes late ends up leading the way. The freshman out of Dickinson, or rather out of Devils Lake tonight with 12 points this evening. Nelson, a nice night. Caleb Larson knocks down 10. Alex Lester and Taylor Bryant Fry each with 9. J.R. Sisson with 8 points tonight. Jalen Johnson with 5. Nes Jahadi with 2. As far as the rebounding numbers tonight there, Logan Deal with a 10-rebound night to go with 6 points, including 3 offensive rebounds, 7 off the defensive side, and Alex Lester with 9 points and 7 boards tonight, 4 on the offensive side and 3 on the defensive side. Next up for the Vikings will be Trinity Bible College out of Ellendale, North Dakota, here on Tuesday night. That'll be on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. We invite you to join us for that. And it won't be that long before these two teams get going again when it comes down to conference basketball. I think they're set for a pretty quick turnaround in conference play coming up here a little bit later. As far as Montana Tech, they've got Montana Western at home coming up on Friday night in their next matchup. So that'll be a big one versus what should probably be a rival out in that part of the conference. And again, that's coming up on Friday night at Montana Tech. And that's going to do it for us tonight here with Viking and Montana Tech Diggers basketball. Hey, for those of you on KBOW, appreciated having the opportunity to entertain you from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse tonight. I've only been to Butte, Montana one time, and that was when I was making a very long road trip on my way eventually to I believe it was Washington State. I'm trying to remember where that was. Wenatchee? Yeah, that's where it was. Wenatchee, Washington. I was out to do a hockey game between the Bismarck Bobcats and the Wenatchee Wild and had a chance to go through Butte. And I'll tell you what, there's nothing quite like going down I-94. It's still prairie land until you get to about Butte. And then once you're coming that descent down into Butte, Montana, that's an experience that if you haven't made it before, it sticks with you. You remember that one. Most of you that drive around in that part of the state probably kind of take that for granted as something on the regular, but I'll always remember that experience. That's the one experience I had with Butte up till now. Now we had a chance to entertain you tonight from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. But thank you for joining us. For those of you on KBOW, we'll send you back to regular programming. Those of you on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel, thank you for joining us here tonight. for Viking basketball.